Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Newcastle City Council regular meeting for June 18th. The time is 7 o'clock. My name is Rob Clark. I'm the mayor. This meeting is being broadcast live on our city's YouTube channel, and it is also being recorded for future viewing. At this point, please rise and join us in the flag salute. Our city clerk is absent tonight. City manager, please call the roll, please.
Councilmember Burford.
Here.
Councilmember Sherlock.
Here.
Councilmember Griffin.
Here.
Councilmember Tallman.
Here.
Councilmember Charbonneau.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lacotia.
Here.
Mayor Clark.
Here.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I would make a motion to appeal the chair's decision to not allow non-Newcastle residents to speak and refer that to a vote of the council body as a whole.
Second.
Overruled at this time. We haven't even got to public comment. Hold your thoughts when we get to that point.
I mean, I can check with our Stepfield and city clerk, Scott Pingle. We're about to get to
I will entertain the motion when we get to that point.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. City manager has a word to say to us before we begin.
Just with some of the media and comments and such around the shooting in Renton, I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarification as to the statement the city put out and such. So, City of Newcastle operates under a council manager form of government, where the city council hires a city manager to be the chief executive. And so when inquiries or things like that happen and they're made to the city in general and the council hasn't made comment or provided direction, the city manager is the one that speaks on behalf of the city in general, unless the council is directed otherwise. And so that's why I put a statement out regarding the shooting. And, you know, at this point, with where that's at in the process, the city as a whole can't comment further on that issue. That certainly doesn't preclude council members from speaking on their own behalf, but they wouldn't be speaking on behalf of the city as a whole.
Okay, thank you, city manager.
Point of order.
Moving on to the agenda approval. Do I have any additions or changes desired to tonight's agenda? Okay, seeing none, show the agenda approved as it is written. Okay, hold on, Councilmember Charbonneau. Moving on to public comment. So obviously, this is a big night. A lot of people want to speak. This is the most people that's ever been in this chamber and down the hall and out on the street. So. We want to hear from every person, regardless of what you're here to speak about, what your issue is. Our typical public comment periods are 30 minutes. Obviously, we will extend that tonight for sure. And the typical comment period is 3 minutes. Owing to the number of people that are here tonight that want to speak, I would like council members' agreement that we limit comments to 2 minutes per person. Any objection from this dais to limiting council comment to 2 minutes?
Point of clarification. I guess if we're going to do that, is there, you've stated that we're okay with extending past the 30 minutes.
Correct.
And if we're limiting to 2 minutes, we're allowed to, I want to clarify for folks that are listening as well that we've talked with the Newcastle PD and folks are outside will be given an opportunity to give public comment and they will be escorted in and supported by the police in order to do that.
Absolutely. You don't need not to worry, Councilmember Charbonneau. We will get everybody a chance to speak, and that's the goal. That's why we're all here. So if there's no objections, we are going to change the council comment to 2 minutes. That way more people can get up to speak.
One more point of clarification. Is everyone here allowed to speak, or do they need to be Newcastle residents, which is not a rule we've operated under before.
I never said anything about that. We will
Okay,
allow
I
everybody to
apologize.
speak. I will try to prioritize Newcastle residents because this is a Newcastle City Council. To be blunt, we're not going to stay here till 4 o'clock in the morning, right? So at some point, we will call it quits. That's why Newcastle people will get a priority as the way it should be. So, but I will make every attempt to get through every comment. So, public comment period is open for initially for 30 minutes. Can I get a motion from somebody to extend it to start with 1 hour?
I move to extend the public comment period to 1 hour.
Second.
Okay, public comment has been moved and seconded to extend with 1 hour. There is no debate needed. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, 1 hour to start with. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call off your name off the list. When you're asked to publicly comment, please come up to the podium, state your name and your neighborhood, and then you have 2 minutes to speak. And we would ask you at the conclusion of 2 minutes to please wrap up your comments. City manager, we did not discuss 2 minutes versus 3. Can we stop the buzzer at 2? Okay.
That's going to just begin the mic too.
So the buzzer will sound at 2 minutes. We ask you to stop speaking and sit down, please. And it's no offense to what you might be saying, right? We're not particular. We just want to move it along so everybody gets a chance. So please, when you hear the buzzer, please have a seat. Let the next person move. I know that it's very crowded. We'll give everybody a chance to down the hall and outside to speak. If your name is called, we trust people to relay that down the hall if you're not in the chambers. And if at some point you feel that, you know, you've said your piece and you want to leave, I'm sure somebody in the hallway would be glad to have a seat. So consider that too, please. Okay, with that, City Manager?
Please. Ask him to speak into the mic too.
One clarification, and I'm sorry, there's a lot of instructions tonight. We do have a public hearing later in our meeting, and there was a separate sign-up sheet for only the public hearing. I think some people signed up on that not knowing it was just for the public hearing. So when I call your name, if it's just for the public hearing, we will take that later in the meeting. And there will be a second comment period at the end of the meeting, should anybody still be standing. We ask that you please speak clearly and directly into the microphone so that we can capture all your comments. All right, time is 7:07, so we'll start public comment. And I'm just pulling these sheets out in random order, folks, because they kind of got mixed up. So the first sheet, first person, Nola Costin. Come on up to the microphone. State your names and neighborhoods, please, for the record. At the base of the microphone, down on the podium. There you go.
Nola Costin, AAPI in Wintry, Newcastle. Thank you, Mayor Clark, for your affiliation with Veterans of Foreign War to obtain a new American flag for our city at no cost to our city. Then you led a flag raising ceremony and properly disposed of the old, faded, and tattered American flag. Thank you, Mayor Clark, for inviting Dave Wagner to pin our Vietnam-era veterans. Do you realize that 6 of our 7 council members agreed that this was a positive event? Mayor Clark, it appears that you have created a brand new unifying pillar for Newcastle that is honoring our military veterans. As a military household, I think this is absolutely wonderful. Perhaps Newcastle can, perhaps you can lead Newcastle in promoting city events around honoring our military veterans. Our council decision on June 4th does represent diversity, for I am AAPI. Has anyone who disapproves or disagrees with the decision, have they disproved Mayor Clark's objective legal reasoning based on a Supreme Court precedent? Was he heard? When there is disagreement, we remember that Councilmember Sherlock passed a resolution stating that the city of Newcastle is a city of tolerance, and that includes tolerance for diverse views through civil discourse. And finally, the Safety Committee demonstrates that the city is listening to the taxpayers and prioritizing spending on safety instead of 6 to 7% annual pay raises for city staff. There has been more transparency in the formation of the Safety Committee than in the purchase of this City Hall building that created historic city debt with zero notification and therefore zero public participation. Our prayers are with the family for Azrad Ali Rouhani. We grieve with all involved as we wait for the police to conclude their investigation. I'm grateful to see more Newcastle residents engaged in self-governance today than when I co-founded Newcastle Watchdogs 8 years
Please
ago with Bill
wrap it up, Noah.
Ertzleben.
Thank you. Thank you, Noah. Next on the list, and excuse me, folks, if I butcher a few names. Masood Sadiga, I'm sorry.
It's close enough. Thank you,
Sorry about
Mayor. My name is Masood Sadeghi. I live with my family in Olympus for over 25 years. We love this city. We raise our children here, my family, and I enjoy this place. This is a home for us. We dearly love. We appreciate you, Mayor. We appreciate members, and it is honor to stand here. Number one, I want to say I'm proud of you. Thank you for all you do for our city. I'm here to stand to express two stands. Number one, we are standing for unity of all the residents here, to live in peace and unity with love and thrive for making this city as it is. We call it at our home Eden, and we want to keep it as Eden, as it was planned by our God, mighty God. And also we want to stand against any strife, anything that cause divisions, any label, any banner that cause division, me against you, us against you. We are recognizing one great banner, and that is flag of this great country, United States. Also, we recognize that we are common. We have another flag. It is flag of this state. We dearly love and we respect. And also another flag of the city, that we are united. We work together, make it what it should be, and we have to be careful of the liberty that we have, the freedom that we have. We don't take it lightly, and I appreciate you. God bless you all. God bless America. God bless the state of Washington and our beautiful city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Masood. Eric McCoy.
So 12604 Southeast May Creek Park Drive. It's not a neighborhood. As someone who's lived and worked in Newcastle for the past 3 years, I want to take a moment to express my support for our mayor and our city council's decision to not fly the pride flag over our city council building during the month of June. While some may disagree with this decision, I believe our mayor and council members have made the right call. In a society where we often celebrate diversity and individuality, it's easy to get caught up in the idea that every group deserves its own flag or symbol of recognition. But let's be real, we're all Americans first and foremost. We are united under one flag, the United States flag, and that's what makes our country so great. By refusing to fly the pride flag, our mayor and council members are making a bold statement about the importance of unity and equality. They are saying that we're not just a collection of different groups, but a single nation under one flag, and that's something to be proud of. Of course, some may argue that flying the pride flag, is a way to show support and solidarity with a particular group. I get that. Let's not forget that flying one flag can lead to flying many flags. There are right now over 40 different gender flags in use. Do we start flying each and every one of them? Of course not. And with that being said, I'd like to add that I disagree 100% with anyone who says that our mayor was trying to compare the LGBTQ community to any type of terrorist group when he used the Hamas flag as an example of different flags. He used the MAGA flag as an example as well. I have no desire for a MAGA flag or a Hamas flag or any other controversial flag over our city council. It was simply an example that he used. How about this example? I'm a Christian. Would I want a Christian flag over our city council? Of course not. Why? Because it can be seen as controversial. It does represent some people in our community. It does not represent everyone in our community. Well, like it or not, the pride flag is also seen as a controversial symbol to many Americans and does not represent everyone in our community. It's a slippery slope, and I'm glad our mayor and city council members are standing firm against flying any other flag than the United States flag. Some may also argue that our mayor and city council members are being discriminatory or insensitive, but I believe we're being responsible, pragmatic. By refusing to fly the pride flag, they're avoiding the slippery slope and keeping our city's focus on what really matters.
Thank you, Eric.
Serving equally and fairly.
Thank you. Okay, Debbie Webb, come on up, Debbie.
Good evening to Mayor and council members. My name is Debbie Webb, and I'm a longtime resident of Newcastle, raising my children here, paying my taxes here, shopping at Safeway and QFC here, running on the amazing trails here, and enjoying the beauty that we have in our city. And I support Mayor Robert Clark and the council people who voted not to raise the pride flag. This view is not based on hatred or rejection of any people group. Rather, it's based on the premise that no group should be honored above another, nor should they be given a month to display their flag over any other group. The taxes that are collected to run City Hall, our public library, our police department are from people of every religion, creed, and background. Therefore, having our national American flag should unite all of us to respect each other and our differences. There is no group that should be given a higher priority because they have a louder voice, are intimidating, and can cause businesses and people much harm by their persistent persecution. Also, the pride flag has come to represent much more than a group of people who do not want to be marginalized. It now represents a movement that is forcing their ideals and philosophies into all levels of society, government, and education. When our elementary school and middle school children should be learning the core competencies, they are being bombarded with questions about gender, which can lead to trauma and gender dysphoria. We can see from this meeting here tonight that the pride flag brings division. Our country already has enough of that. Our American flag encompasses the values that we hold sacred. Our American flag is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Darren Stott, come on up, Darren.
I didn't write mine down. My name is Darren Stott, Southeast 89th Place, and long-term resident in Olympus. Let me know when the timer goes.
Go, you start, go ahead.
Oh, shoot, okay. I'm pastor at Eden Church, founded in 1955 as Hazelwood Chapel in the old Hazelwood Firehouse. Next year, we celebrate 70 years of being a church here in Newcastle, which makes us older than the city. It's interesting. First of all, I'm here to stand in support of Mayor Clark's decision and the majority council. It's interesting when it comes to this particular decision. I also represent Protestant Christians in our city, which a few showed up tonight. It's interesting because there's also other religions in our city that are monotheistic in nature, such as Orthodox Jews and Muslims and Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, Sunnis. We could go on and on and on. We all have one thing in common, and that is that we believe that gender is not a social construct. And so whereas it's popular in kindergarten to now use a gender unicorn to figure out if you're a boy or a girl, if you're fluid in that, we believe that boys have a penis and girls have a vagina. We have two, not to be crude, but it's really quite simple. And so we are standing here for just common sense. I believe that this decision to raise this flag is offensive to every religion that is monotheistic in nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Next up is Lynn Prevett. Lynn?
My name is Lynn Prevett. I am a resident of Newcastle for the last 30 years. Raised my son here, raised my family. I worked for both for Paul Allen and for Bill Gates. I was a resident, actually president of the Association of Olympus for 4 years. I like my city government. I've been here 30 years. I like you guys. I appreciate you. We actually know our police chief because of you guys. We gather together in the parking lot down in this very building, freezing cold in Veterans Day to honor our veterans. There's no special fanfare, but we like to honor those who honor us. And that honor extends to the whole community. And that's why we don't have a special interest flag. It isn't about dissing anybody. It's about honoring everybody. Recently, an International Municipal Lawyers Association conducted a survey asking local governments how many flags they flew in a given year. 2 was the overwhelming response. In fact, 73% of those cities never fly a third flag. Only the American flag and the state flag. Nor do special interest flags. And speaking of special interest flags, do you know of the 5 top special interests in America? The top one actually has a flag. Special interest? I don't think we want the National Rifle Association flag flying. So in conclusion, I'd like to emphasize that it is not about dissing anybody. It's about including everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, next up is Pat Hayes. Pat, come on up.
My name is Pat Hayes.
Pat, could you pull the microphone down a little closer there, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Pat Hayes, and I live in Delmar Woods, which is a jump through the bushes out there. Anyway, I'm a proud Christian, but I'm also a proud American. And recently, I was kind of sort of dismayed because there's so many things in our country that separates us. And I feel that we need to be united, and many of the others who have spoken, I agree with what they're saying, because we don't need disunity. We need unity. We need to bind together. And when I think of the rainbow, that is one of God's promises, his gift to us. The rainbow signifies a bridge to bring unity to people. And that bridge, if you look at the colors in the rainbow, and this is because of my science background, all of those colors, when you combine them, they are white color. In other words, it shows the light. It's a light upon us. So I think we need to look at the rainbow as a gift from God, number one, and as a means to provide unity among us. The other thing is, I'm proud of the American flag. I was going to bring the flag that was on my husband's casket, but I thought I would just cry. So I avoided doing that. But it's meaningful to me because every one of my family members has been in the military and has had civilian jobs and has been politically active. So I think we need to bring our differences together and talk and really explore what kind of commonalities we have. So I think we need to look. Thank you for your
Gail.
attention.
Next up is Gail Fleming. Gail?
Good evening, council members, mayor. It's good to be here. My name's Gail Fleming. I've been a resident of Newcastle since for a long time. I'm here in support of the mayor, who voted to keep the American flag and the Washington state flag flying over our city council out of our chambers. I believe raising other flags over our city send a
Gail, could you speak closer to the microphone, please?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I believe raising other flags over our city send a divided message. We all want our special flag to be raised, but it doesn't represent all of us. The red, white, and blue represent all Americans, and I underline all for this purpose. This flag didn't come cheap. It cost a lot of people their lives, and there's a lot of blood in it. There's a lot of wars behind it. It was even created in the middle of a war for independence. And I just feel like we're to honor that. And to honor other flags, I honor all people, but I don't honor all flags. I don't even honor flags of other nations. I don't think they should be flying in our city either. And so, yeah, I hear both hearts. I have a heart for people on both sides of this issue. I'm not a hard person. I'm not a racist in any way, but my heart breaks for people on both sides of this issue. And so I'm not here to condemn anyone or anything. I just feel like our flag is for all of us, and it honors all of us, and it deserves our honor. Our fathers and mothers at times, our grandfathers have laid their life down for this country. That's what that flag means. There's a lot of blood behind it. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your vote. And I just want to say, God bless America and God bless Newcastle.
Thank you, Gail. Next up is Joey Suyat. Joey?
Hi, my name is Joey Suyat. I'm the lead pastor at Beit Tikva Messianic Congregation just up the hill here in Newcastle. I came today on behalf of my congregation and myself to encourage you all to go the way you're going, of not making proclamations for everyone and everything that takes away from unity. I don't have any hate for the pride flag. I feel much compassion, actually, because of Yeshua, Jesus. America's ideals and foundations are strong enough for everyone to display whatever flag you want to display on their person or their property. I wholeheartedly disagree with our government agencies raising the pride flag. If you decide to raise it, we'd probably follow up with our own demands to raise the Christian flag or the Israeli flag at appropriate times if the pride flag were to be raised here in Newcastle. And if you were to go down the road of accommodating everyone's statement flag, are you really being genuine in your support for everyone? I would argue that it's a very divisive path and not something our government money and public servants should be engaging in. In my opinion, the American flag and Washington state flag should be enough to be inclusive of everybody. As the American flag represents the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I come from the Philippines. I came here at age 6, naturalized at 20 years of age. I'm a first-generation Filipino-American. At the naturalization ceremony, I was given an American flag along with hundreds of others inside a large auditorium from all over the world. We all said the Pledge of Allegiance. I can remember the sense of pride from all of us, and we were proud to be called Americans. I certainly remember how proud I felt being called an American. I still am today. The American flag represents that idea of unification of the creator of the universe, an undivided nation and having opportunity for everyone. No other flag represents that. I agree with you, Mayor, and the other councils who voted. No other flag should fly with the American flag, and that's enough for us. God bless you all.
Thank you, Joey. Next up is Caillou Gape. I'm sorry if I don't say that right. Caillou.
Good evening. My name is Kylie Galpe, and I and my family are Newcastle residents. I thank Newcastle Mayor and City Council members for giving us residents the opportunity to stand here today and to restore this God-given right endowed by our Creator. We are not here on our own backing. We have help. There are more for us than against us. The Lord of angel armies has given us the assistance for this specific redemption. And so I begin by honoring these messengers of fire now. I represent coming as Jew and Gentile under the redeeming inheritance of Yeshua and the ones who have gone before us and stood on behalf of righteousness and truth, whose God is El Elyon. And as the earth helps the Revelation 12 woman, and we receive the help of the literal dirt against the word of accusation and opposition against this decision. I would like to state my favorite definition for love: choosing the highest best for God, myself, and others. I believe the decision in the courts regarding not raising the pride flag is an example of this definition of love. They are considering the entire population of Newcastle and what is the highest best for the entire population. I believe this best represents the families of the city to hold up our nation's flag alone. the one our founding fathers gave their very lives for, representing humility and confidence in a better future for their children's children, rather than haughty and self-seeking perversion. And our Washington flag displaying our fields and lands we enjoy so much. And our very first American president, George Washington, who was a man of integrity, character, and had the backing of heaven behind him. And I and my family are in full support of this mayor's decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. Next up is Owen Gape. Owen. Owen.
Two minutes, okay. Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm here as a resident of Newcastle. I live in the Eden Grove neighborhood. I'm here for the purpose of standing with you guys and agreeing for the fact that you guys have chosen to raise the American flag above the pride flag. And the reason why I like that is because once we start allowing tribalism to take a hold of our nation and our community, what ends up happening is that tribalism has one thing and one thing only. It demands absolute loyalty and total conformity to the rules and the norms the tribe demands. And when you start having that, everybody starts demanding their own tribe. And what our founding fathers gave in the statement, we knew e pluribus unum, which is out of many one, becomes a thing that decimates and it devolves into anarchy. And it destroys ourselves. Abraham Lincoln said it very well. He said, if America will ever be destroyed, it will never be from foreign invasion, but it will be from within. And the only way that's going to happen is if we become little tribes of our own. I was just talking to the protesters outside. How would you feel if we had a KK flag flying over here? How would you feel if we had an Antifa flag flying over here? We would not want that. And the reason is because the message of tribalism is one, out of one, many, which is different from the message of the American founding fathers who gave us, which is out of many, one. And so, as an immigrant, I am so proud of what you have made. The decision you have taken here, I believe, will have repercussions throughout all of the state of Washington and all over America, and we will see a shift that will take place. And I believe that this is just a manifestation of bigger powers at play that want to destroy this great republic. And if you're going to destroy, you go through divide and conquer. And we've been seeing the things.
Thank you, Owen. I have to wrap it up, buddy.
Okay. Thank you. God bless.
Next up is Deanna Weller. Deanna.
Hello, everybody. I'm not used to public speaking. Okay, I'm
okay.
Diana Weller. I'm from Rainier Crest. My concern is about the Bima house where they're going to put 75 homes in that field. It is a Newcastle mine shaft through there, and if it falls through in a sinkhole, we're liable, just like the one on Coal Creek. We had to bring in a steel girder and a Department of Mines to shore it up, if you didn't remember that. Like I said, I was opposed to becoming a city. I've been here 40 years. I miss my cowpatcher, and it was the safe way. So my other concern is a lot of the kids are being homeschooled, and so they're not mainstreamed. A lot of problems there. And the roundabouts, Mr. Charbonneau, if you drive an 18-wheeler, a 63-foot container diesel pusher, those are very hard to get around those things. And so that's why we deliver from 11 to 7:30 in the morning if you want food. So you have to think things through before you do it. I was disabled for a long time from the Marine Corps. I was in a wheelchair at the same time with my husband, and that plastic crap that you put in on the corner made me slip and fall in the wheelchair. My husband in the wheelchair had to rescue me. So he is dearly departed now at 90, Air Force boy. I'm a Marine Corps person. If you're gay, there's a to kill order on you if you serve. And I'm telling you it straight. So I lost half my platoon stateside at Lejeune and Parris Island. I finally got a plaque of veteran memorial for me, PFC, private first class, and I'm in radio communications. I'm the tower guy. Good luck. Everybody's leaving.
Thank you, Deanna. Next up is Adrian Anderson. I'm sorry, I can't read the last name. Smith, thank you.
As you heard, Adrian Anderson Smith, and we're not a neighborhood. It's 1161 Southeast 90th Street, the south end of 116th. And we've lived here for over 36 years. And our families have been in Western Washington for over 7 generations, about 150 years. But I was an Army brat born in Japan when my dad was at Camp Zama, which still exists. And we moved to Fort Lewis when I was about 2 months old. Later on, I met my husband at the UW, also an Army brat. And we have other members of the family in Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. Thank you so much for appropriately showing the flag of our country. We have several family members and friends who came out of the closet as homosexual, but we still love them. But the topic never came up with children present. They didn't want it to. That was the main point. This is not a matter to bring up with children, especially inappropriate, absolutely inappropriate. Would you recommend Penthouse or coarse tabloids in the family dentist waiting room? Of course not. That parade in Seattle has become filthy. I have participated in it for several years. Years ago, I marched in handing out invitations to my church because we are all sinners, right? And we welcome anybody. I have performed music at 3 gay weddings. That is not the situation of the problem. But it has become more and more coarse over the years. Nudity came to the surface, followed quickly by gyrating in front of the children in Seattle. I don't care if you're clothed or not, that behavior is absolutely unacceptable. Most of our friends and family or gay people wish they would just be left alone. All they wanted was not to be condemned or harassed, to have simple respect and God's love. Using those expanded rainbow flags with the baby blue and pink lines on it condones, even promotes pedophilia.
Thank you, Adrian. Okay, pulled out a new piece of paper here. First name on this paper is Jen McAller. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Jen McAller.
Hi, my name is Jen McAleer.
Sorry.
It's okay. I appreciate your time tonight. So Pride Month is an important month to honor all those who have fought for the liberties that me and my family enjoy today, and remind us all that the work is not yet done. In fact, in so many ways, evident in this room tonight, as important now as it was 50 years ago. Your June 4th vote against raising the pride flag is evidence of this. But we, the LGBTQ community, my community, and our allies will not become apathetic. We'll continue to build a world free of bigotry and hatred. The pride flag has been a beacon of hope since 1999 and tells vulnerable members of the community that they are not alone. In this time of unprecedented attacks on LGBTQ people across the country, people in power can and should decide to stand for us and with us. And on June 4th, some members in this room, on this council, let the community know that they're not standing for us and with us. So if you're not for us, are you against us? Some of you are utilizing your positions of political power to make a bold statement against my community, all the while hiding behind your disingenuous veil of the American flag. When the mayor dangerously referenced the LGBT community and MAGA and Hamas, arguably both terrorist groups, in the same sentence, you loudly stated your allegiance to those residents who hate the very fabric that makes up this LGBT community and family like mine. Again, to use your words, Mayor, if you say we have to support this because we proclaimed it, but certain people in the community say no, then we are disservicing a portion of that community. But what about the disservice that you're doing to my community? You're all in a position where you could have done the right thing, and 4 of you chose not to. My community is not asking for special rights. We're asking to be free of hatred, discrimination, and bigotry. The rising of the flag, a flag that Newcastle already owns, hurts no one and costs nothing. It might just be a flag to you, but it's so much more to people and families like mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Next up, Linda Hoffner. Linda.
Good evening, members of council and mayor. My name is Linda Hoffner. You received an email from me on June 6th regarding my disappointment in your decision to not raise the pride flag in celebration of Pride Month. I received email responses back from a couple of you who claimed that the American flag was what unites us all, and therefore satisfied the need to honor individual community groups. My rebuttal to that is to ask you to consider the sordid history of how our country was formed and acknowledge that in truth, the flag represents a privilege and power that may have given us a country to call home, but certainly doesn't represent what makes us uniquely beautiful. Many of our friends, family, and neighbors are proud Americans, but hide pieces of their identity for fear of being attacked, excluded, or exiled for their sexuality. Raising a flag in support of our LGBTQIA+ community members is a simple way of showing safety in our community and honoring the beauty and spirit of love and inclusion. I stand here today as a proud ally, asking that you as council members consider what you would do for your own children or family to ensure that they felt seen and safe in their community. And with that lens, make concerted efforts to show that same compassion to the community members you represent with a seat on the dais. Let us celebrate the fabric that truly unites us: empathy, compassion, and acceptance. These are the elements of humanity represented in this beautiful rainbow. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Carol Simpson. Carol. Carol, I know Carol's in the hallway, perhaps. Sorry, Carol, your 2 minutes are up.
Didn't really want to be. Good evening, council members. Carol Simpson, I live in the Vineyards. This missive is for the benefit of the council. I don't think the public will get much of it. Ann McFarland, noteworthy parliamentarian and teacher of running good meetings, tells us the chair is not in charge of your meetings. And that seems to be misunderstood by this council. The chair is not your boss. It is all of your responsibility to see that your meetings are well run, courteous, and adhere to Robert's Rules of Order. Last meeting, during the motion about the pride flag, we heard comments divert from the motion of our government to raise a flag to discussion of free speech. We heard inflammatory what-ifs, comments that caught the attention of local TV. Both warranted a point of order from the members. The chair would then remind members that discussion must be germane and inflammatory comments are out of order. We also heard that the chair will not sign any proclamations. There is no ruler who decides for the council. This council is not a hierarchy. This is not the military. All members are equal. If the chair does not want to sign proclamations adopted by the council, if the chair does not keep comments germane, if the chair continues to offer inflammatory comments, if the chair does not abide by council rules, then the chair is not fulfilling the duties of the chair, and the chair should step down.
Thank you, Carol. Chris Villasenor, come on down, Chris. I think he's in the hallway too. Please pass the word.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Chris Villasenor. I live in the Hazelwood neighborhood. The city of Newcastle has spent the last 2 weeks in the news, and none of it good. Last meeting, the voting majority of the council, as reason for not raising the pride flag, announced the policy that will not issue any proclamations. A council that refuses to issue proclamations is a council that refuses to celebrate its community. However, you seem very happy to celebrate the AAPI community at the Lunar New Year. You seem happy to use our city hall and grounds to celebrate our veterans, both of which I fully support. But Pride Month, a month that's celebrated by our federal, state, and county government, as well as our neighboring cities, you reason cannot be celebrated because if we raise a pride flag, we'll have to raise every flag. We've had a tradition of raising that flag to show our support for members of our community who've been told for generations that they should be ashamed of who they are and who they love, and I don't recall any demands to raise any other flags. The reason you presented last meeting is flimsy, and your motives to oppose the pride flag are so very clear. I'm proud to stand with many of my neighbors tonight who believe that this council doesn't represent their beliefs. However, to this region, the city council's vote does in fact represent the values of its community. These people have been elected not only to address our needs, but to reflect our values as a city. And they will continue to do so in this way until we find the will to change it.
Thank you, Chris. Next up, Samara Villasenor. Samara. She's going to wait? No comment? Okay. Okay. Okay, Ed Flash. Ed, come on up.
No, I turned it off. Sorry about that. Ed Flash, I live in the Milepost neighborhood. I've been a Newcastle resident for almost 18 years now. I was not going to say anything tonight, but I felt like I had to. Congratulations, super big crowd. I know that's what you wanted. I know the mayor and the rest of the council have all talked about how they want people to get involved in government, so congratulations on that. However, I think these people are here for the wrong reason, and it's causing divisiveness in the community, which I don't like, and I don't think anybody really likes. That's not the reason why people should be showing up for a city council meeting and participating in city government. It's no secret Newcastle's had a really tough 2 weeks. We've been in the news a couple of times for not really great things. I'm disappointed. As you all know, I'm a super supporter of the community. I volunteer intensively in this community, and what has happened over the last couple of weeks, I'm truly disappointed with. The pride flag is much more than a flag. It tells what this community is. It tells that the community is diverse. It tells that the community is welcoming, and it tells that we can celebrate the uniqueness of this community. So I wish you could see that, the council members that voted against that it's much more than just the pride flag. It's showing that our community is, again, welcoming, celebrating, unique, and something that we should be really proud of as a community. And so those are my public comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Susan Womble. Susan. She might be in the hallway. Susan.
I'm here.
Oh.
I have to get up.
Okay.
I'm in the South Park Wintry area, longtime resident, and I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but I have just seen our American flag in the last
Susan, can you pull the microphone down a little bit? There you go. Thank
decade just torn to shreds, watered down for the American flag. I've seen it trampled in the street, burned in the streets, no consequences. It used to not be that way because we were all proud of where we live in the greatest country in the United States. And I see division everywhere. It's not right. I think we should be united under the American flag. We should support it. We cannot have division with so many individual groups that are coming against each other. And I think that some of this is Seattle activism coming into our community, and I don't like it, because we just want a nice community to live in and for people to have their families in. I don't think we should be obligated to fly individual flags at our Newcastle City Hall. And I think standing together, we stand strong, but divided we fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Nicole Wiebe, I'm sorry again if I'm saying it wrong. Nicole Wiebe, she might be in the hallway. W-I-E-B-E, Nicole. Or unless it's spelled wrong. No response? Okay. We'll skip that for now. Elizabeth Omeo. Again, sorry.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Almejo. I have been born and raised in Washington State. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for hearing my statement today. I wanted to take a moment to express my support for the decision not to fly the LGBTQ flag at City Hall. My concern is being forced into the division of groups of people, because historically that has been effectively used to turn group against group, causing a breakdown of the community and worse. As a member of the community, I endeavor to treat others with respect, whether I share the same values or opinions with them or not. However, this is manipulated and violated when any specific agenda seeks to dominate the community. While I may be conservative leaning at times, that doesn't mean that my views and beliefs don't matter, which is why I'm taking the time today to be here and stand in support of a united community presence versus a divided one. When we are broken down into specific communities and thus sub-communities, we then become at odds with nearly everyone and are soon faced with an ultimatum to fly every flag. With all due respect, I have Hispanic, African American, and Native American blood in my veins. While I do honor all of these ethnicities and recognize the historical plight of each people against hatred and discrimination, I am not expecting City Council to raise a flag specifically for any one of these single cultures. There needs to be an unbiased place to hear all voices, not just the ones of a particular group. True inclusion does need to make space for even opposing beliefs. However, it does not mean that all must agree with them. Please make the right decisions and support all walks of people here in your city, which is diverse and beautiful. We are asking to also be heard and counted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tam Kameen, come on up, Tam.
Thank you. I'm Tam Kameen from the Olympus neighborhood. At the last council meeting, the council voted to not raise the pride flag above City Hall. As was stated at the time, we already have the American flag at City Hall, which represents everyone. Raising another flag representing a subset of the community is division, and as was stated earlier, when will that stop? In 2021, 22, and 23, that's 3 years, not 4, a pride flag was raised above City Hall. It was done by the mayor and the city manager with no vote of the council. We now have had a vote of the council to not raise the flag. According to the mayor, over 70% of the emails coming into the city council have agreed with the vote to not support the raising a pride flag. The pride flag is divisive, and we must strive for unity as a community. Just because many other cities are doing this and raising their flag, that's not a good reason for us to do the same. If that is the rationale, we should have a utility tax right now. What What does the pride flag mean to everyone? It's many things. To some, it means I am safe and welcome and included. To others, it means drag queen story hours and biological men competing in women's sports. We do not want to fuel that fire. Let us instead think of other ways that we as individuals can show love and support to all Newcastle citizens. And the way we can do that is not raising the pride flag. Thank you.
Thank you, Tam. Next up is Harlan Kameen. Harlan.
Yeah, I'm Harlan Kameen, lived in Olympus since 1988. When I was in grade school, the first thing we did every morning was to stand, face the American flag.
Harlan, can you speak closer into the mic, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
When I was in grade school, the first thing we did every morning was to stand, face the American flag, place our right hands over our hearts, and pledge our allegiance to it. As an adult, I have seen flag-draped coffins of dead veterans with an honor guard that carefully and reverently folded the flag and presented it to a family member. The American flag represents Americans. When an American flag flies over a government building, it represents all residents in that city. Any flag promoting a controversial topic that is not widely accepted by a majority of the citizens should never fly over City Hall. I strongly support the council's decision to not fly the pride flag over City Hall or any other building. Thank you.
Thank you, Harlan. Diane Funai. Diane?
First of all, thank you for letting me come. I do not live in Newcastle, but I taught at Hazelwood, both of them, for many years as a teacher, K through 6. And I want you to know that we had the most wonderful teacher. He was gay, and he was out. And we had a wonderful special ed teacher who was lesbian, and we celebrated her wedding. I do not agree that putting up a flag will cause people to love you more or want to spend time with you more. Because love is something that reaches out and values people no matter what they believe or what they choose to do. And because I'm a teacher, I've got to give you some information, all right? Do you understand that in one of the months, our 12 months, there are 9, like heritage sorts of things, like, yeah, like Native American or whatever. Okay, and they're a month long. So you would have to put up 9 flags in this particular month. You're gonna have to put up a bunch of flag poles, because can't you only, I think you're only supposed to fly 2 flags on a pole? Anyway, I don't think additional flags demonstrate love. People need to love, people need to give. Okay, if you really love someone so much that you need a particular flag for whatever group you so choose, then I think you should be giving 10% of your gross plus 10% of your interest and tax money that you get back, and buy people groceries, pay for their medical bills, go clean up their yards for free. That's what love is. Love is not a flag.
Thank you, Diane. Donna Helmick, sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Donna Helmick. I'm a resident of Newcastle, a licensed dentist in Washington, and also a mother of 2. I was very happy to hear of your decision not to fly the pride flag. I applaud and stand with you. I thank you for the opportunity to address the esteemed members here. Firstly, I want to affirm that those who agree with your previous decision to not fly the pride flag or its many variants would also not wish to take the rights of anyone away, as described in our original founding documents in the United States. Your commission as the City Council, if I understand it correctly, is to create and perpetuate the environment that encourages growth and peaceful coexistence in this town. It seems that the council's decision to maintain the current flags flown has helped to achieve that. In my profession, I had to take a vow that I would never cause any harm, not discriminate based on religion, sex, social standing, but I could and I should triage. I could discover root causes. All other concerns were distractions to the task. I'm asking you to consider that the current flag flying protest is simply a distraction, especially since the item in question is not a governmentally official flag. I understand that all flags of state and military are essentially commissioned. I would like to suggest that an appropriate step for this council to consider might be to adopt a resolution, if this has not already been done, stipulating that only official flags of our country, state, and city will fly over public buildings in this town. I just got to thinking that, you know, if I asked you to fly the family coat of arms of mine over the city, you probably would look at me sideways. And that's probably because it comes from another country. It's England. And it only represents one family in Newcastle, and it's not even a commissioned flag, so you probably would not even consider it. Thank you very much again for standing for this.
Thank you, Donna. Next up is Gary Lindahl. Gary? In a few minutes.
Hello, I'm Gary Lindahl. We live in Newcastle, just over here on 116th, and we proudly homeschooled our family here, and we've always considered it a family-friendly city. So we support the idea of only flying the U.S. and the state flags. We also support the idea that there are only two genders, male and female, and any idea to the contrary is very anti-family and an attack on the family structure. So why does that matter? Well, you probably notice there's a mental health crisis in this country. I think a lot of this is due to a failure of the family, where the fathers are not present. Kids grow up without the affirmation of a dad, and daughters so want the affirmation of their dad. The impartation of blessing and destiny comes into a child's life through their father. If that doesn't happen, the results can be, well, unpredictable. What's happening today is not diversity. This is a failure of society, and this is not something to celebrate by waving a flag. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Frank Carpenter. Frank?
Hello, Council. Oh, sorry, it's a little loud. I am a resident of Newcastle since 2018. I'm the president of the Approach Condominiums Homeowners Association. And I just came here to thank you for your service, first of all. It's challenging enough for me to run my small 42-unit condo association, so thank you for all your service running our city. I did want to support your decision to just fly our Stars and Stripes and our state flag. Just a quick quote from Karl von Clausewitz. The enemy of a good plan is the dream of a perfect plan. And we already have two great flags that unify everyone in our community. So the best way you guys can continue supporting us is running our community efficiently, keeping us safe, keeping taxes down, and not pandering to the needs of any special interest groups. That's all I had. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank. Next up, can I get a motion from the council to extend another 30 minutes?
I move to extend public comment period by another 30 minutes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to move comments to another 30 minutes. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll extend an additional 30 minutes. So next up is Rich Thompson. Rich?
Thank you for your time, City Council. My name is Rich Thompson. We've been in this community for about 2 years. My wife and my five kids and myself. I run a $40 million reconstruction business that works in fire and water restoration. So when families have a catastrophic crisis, we rebuild directly in the aftermath of that. My business partner in that work is from the Ukraine. He immigrated here about 20 years ago. About 2 years before he immigrated here, his father was put in prison for being a Christian, for practicing his faith outwardly. If you don't know the history of Ukraine, and communist countries, this is a very common thing to see people put in prison for their beliefs. There are wide ranges of beliefs in this country, from Christians who hate gays, lesbians, transgenders, and Christians who love them, gays, lesbians, and transgenders who love everybody, and then others who completely hate others. We have a gentleman in my community who was tortured in Iran for his faith as a Christian. Neither of those two people are asking for the Christian flag to be raised, but if anyone had the right to claim that persecution was the grounds under which we would raise a flag for the Christian faith, surely it would be them. I appreciate what the council has done in deciding that it's the most unifying option available to pick a flag. I invite any council member who completely disagrees that that other flag, any other flag really, the Christian flag, the rainbow flag in all of its diversity, or the American flag are equal. You can forfeit the right to raise a flag, but you can also forfeit your right to citizenship. None of us want that. I think that's what makes this country amazing, is that we're incredibly diverse and we can practice our diversity so long as it isn't directly imposed on other people. That's a hard thing to ask people in communities to do, but we see it here tonight, despite Jen feeling like it's a great encroachment to not be able to raise that flag. And I feel that pain that she'd expressed earlier. I express the same pain to say that the moment we start raising every flag for every pain, we're going to miss the idea that that flag standing in the corner is the most unifying flag we have, as imperfect as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Appreciate it. Moving on to a new page. Claudia Hershey, come on down. Claudia, I think she's in the hallway.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
It's right here. It's fine. Okay. My name's Claudia Hershey. I live in the Newport Woods neighborhood of Newcastle. Tonight, I'd like to speak to Mayor Clark's comments that the, quote, most unifying symbol in the history of the world, unquote, flies at City Hall every day, the American flag. That's diverse enough for me, he said. That includes everybody in the community, everybody. Nobody is left out with the American flag. I think we need to revisit history of the United States of America. It didn't represent enslaved people, didn't protect them, didn't represent women, didn't protect them, didn't protect African Americans under Jim Crow laws. Our flag didn't protect disabled, nor the LGBTQ plus community. All of these various groups, all marginalized communities, have had to fight for their civil rights in the United States of America. And many of them have even lost their lives, just as a soldier would, trying to fight for their equal rights. And many of them still lack protections. The bottom line is, I just want everyone to feel safe. I want everyone to be safe. And I want everyone to know that they are welcome.
Thank you, Claudia. Jeff Warren. Jeff Warren. Come on down.
Well, thanks. That was quite a wait in the back room there in the hallway. So, and it's cooler in here. Council members, my name is Jeff Warren. I live on China Creek. I've been a Newcastle resident for around 10 years. I have experience with flags. Oh, yes, I do. Grew up, I was an Eagle Scout. I flew under that flag. Loved that flag. I also served 25 years in the United States Coast Guard. Retired as a Coast Guard captain, right? And served many places around the country and the world. I'm charging all of us today to reflect on this discord that we're having tonight. And just think about what we're talking about. All of you, think about it. So, I was walking my dogs tonight in the park, a beautiful park, by the way, and ended up having the opportunity to see our great, the Lake Bourne pathway there. Well, interesting enough, we had the opportunity to see the Pride collection and the diversity that reflected. My son, who just graduated from Liberty High School, he reflects all of the people that are in this meeting that we're here tonight. I could not believe when he came over with all his friends, the diversity of the people, the diversity of the people. My daughter, she is gay. It hurts me when I see council members like you are making and politicizing a flag and I'm ashamed, frankly, of your service. You can do better. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Folks, everybody gets a chance to speak. Let's not have any boos, okay? That's not respectful. Everybody's opinion is entitled to their opinion. Okay, next up is Heather Miller. Heather.
Hi, thank you for extending the public comment time. My name's Heather Miller. I live in China Creek. I identify as a mother. I have a daughter who is gay. I am an expert in protecting human participants in research. My entire job is making sure that people are safe when drugs are administered, when you go to the doctor, when you have surgery. I'm the person who writes all of the policy to ensure that you're safe and that compliance is being followed. My entire life is dedicated in my career to protecting people. I'm very concerned that the flag that protects a community that doesn't have the same rights as I do as an identifying female that's a homosexual or heterosexual woman. My daughter specifically wrote me when she knew I signed up for public comment to not mention her name, to not mention her girlfriend's name. Both were honor students for Liberty High School. Both are honor college students right now. They are the future, and they are a mile away and afraid to come down here where they have grown up because of this politicized moment. I love Newcastle. I'm here. I love the trails. I hope to see everybody out walking their dogs. This flag is a symbol of equity. This flag should not be a politicized flag, and it should be here to support all of the residents of Newcastle. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Tiffany Berry. Tiffany? Might be down the hall. Tiffany Berry.
My name's Tiffany Berry. I live in Newport Woods. If you opened the blinds, you could see my house right there. You guys see it all the time. It's got the orange trim playhouse. I've lived here for around 19 years. I'm disappointed. You guys hurt people and didn't take into consideration the consequences of your actions. It's not surprising that this would happen. And there was no preemptive addressing of it. There was no way to make sure the people that would feel excluded and marginalized didn't, unless that was what you meant to do, which is extra disappointing. Do better.
Thank you, Tiffany. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher this name. Clementine, thank you. Berry, Clementine Berry, come on.
Hi, my name is Clementine, and I live in Newport Woods, and I have been a resident of Newcastle for all of my life. And as a kid in school, I can tell you that from what I've seen, the flag of the United States of America, which is around here a lot, is not always something that, while it is the purpose, feels to be associated with everyone and can be used to discriminate against LGBTQIA+ kids. It doesn't always feel inclusive, and we have things like the pride flag, I think, to celebrate people who get overlooked or discriminated against for being LGBTQ. I once had a queer friend who didn't want to go up to a house that we were trick-or-treating at because they had a US flag. And they felt either scared that they would face discrimination there or that they would not be welcomed. All of this goes to show that the American flag does not always feel to represent everyone it is supposed to. And every day I go to school and I see so many kids who are LGBTQ who, well, have been doing an amazing job at dealing with any homophobia, don't feel as represented as others. My history teacher taught us that the reason for Women's History Month and Black History Month is that we need to celebrate the voices of people who we have not gotten to hear before. And I think that that is also why we have Pride Month and why we fly the Pride flag. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, new sheet. Larry Fudge. Larry.
How you doing? My name is Larry Fudge. I've been a Newcastle resident for 37 years, before it was Newcastle. And I found this to be very divisive in that the pride flag's being pounded down everybody's throat. You know.
Larry, can you speak closer to the mic, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
The pride flag is being pounded down everybody's throat that disagrees with it and says the American flag represents all of us, which I agree with. I was in the U.S. Navy for 4 years, and I swore an oath to this country and to that flag to defend it. And that meant everybody, including those in pride, including those who are woke, including those who are different races and creeds. I did not swear to a pride flag. I wish that everybody could understand how much this flag means around the world. I traveled around the world in the Navy, and every place I went, it was the U.S. flag that represented us. It represented the good of what everybody else wanted to come to. If you don't believe it, look at our borders. They're all trying to come here. Any of you don't agree, try leaving and go to another country that will accept you and even allow you in the way that they're letting the borders get flooded right now. It's acceptance that's allowed that. Now, right or wrong, that is a thing that's being discussed right now. It's something that we defend our borders, we defend our country. I swore that oath to this country and to you. So did these police officers in this room. They protect the civilians here. Whether you're gay, black, white, red, yellow, it doesn't matter. They even protect those who are not citizens of this country, just like I did. We go every place around the world defending other countries under the U.S. flag. It's funny that you hear in movies that are cliche saying, you can't do that to me because I'm an American. That's a cliche saying, but there is some truth to it because that carries weight. It's people want to go to the U.S. Embassy when they get in some kind of hassle overseas, and I've traveled overseas a lot, I've seen that happen. Not just with me, but with my service members and the service members I was involved with elsewhere.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you for your vote to support the USA.
Jeff Prevent. Jeff?
I apologize to Mr. Fudge. I have a very small bladder.
Well, thank you, Mayor and council members who...
Jeff, could you speak closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members who chose not to yield to the pressures of the special interest groups that want to raise the gay pride flag. I have nothing against gays. I've employed them, I've worked with them, I've prayed with them. My mother and grandmother and grandfather immigrated to this country from Denmark over 100 years ago. I'm a first-generation American. They came to this country because of the freedom it offers everybody. It saddens my heart to listen to testimonies of gay people who feel like everybody's against them or that they're not accepted by all. I don't have a personal prejudice against gay people. I think that one flag should be flown. It represents freedom, unity, and respect. And that's just it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Tom Pemberton. Tom?
Okay, I'm going to thank Rob and the council for having us the opportunity to talk. One of the things I was thinking about this last weekend was that I celebrated a 60th anniversary. And 60 years ago on Saturday, I raised my hand and took an oath to defend and protect the United States Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I look at this whole controversy and I look at our flag right there, and a lot of people don't understand, I think, what that flag's about. I did a little research. I went and read back the history of the flag. I read the flag code. And here's the thing I came out of that with. That flag stands for unity. I've heard people here say, oh, well, there's all these things that have been done. One of the things about the United States history is we're not perfect. We know we're not. We have, over time and time again, 1812, the Civil War, Spanish-American War, World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, which I know about. We make mistakes. We learn from those mistakes. Our Constitution...
Hey, Tom, could you speak towards the microphone?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm used to talking to crowds. Okay. Our Constitution is designed to allow us to correct our mistakes. That flag, as I said, means unity. You look at the parts of the flag. You have the Union and the field. The Union is made up of stars. Each star represents a state. The field represents the original 13 colonies. What we need to understand is that because it represents unity of the nation.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Thank you.
Elena, you're no, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here in support of Mayor's decision. I think there's a great misconception here around diversity and unity. That's the American flag and no other flag. I am an immigrant and I'm a refugee, and coming into this country, we had three choices where we wanted to go. It was either Europe, Australia, and United States. And there was no question it was going to be United States, because for all of the things that flag stands for. It's just a flag for some. It is a political statement for others. It's misused in many ways, but overseas, it is freedom, it is respect, and it is safety. Safety. So this flag is the only flag, along with the flag of the state, that should really be flown in a way that represents everybody who lives in the city or the state in which you're in. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Next up, oh, that's a double signature, never mind. Excuse me, folks, a little housekeeping here. We got some double names. Okay, next up is Aaliyah DeVault. Aaliyah. No? Okay, we can come back to that one. Okay, Grace K. Grace K.
Hello, my name is Grace Gohar Kay, and I live actually in Bellevue, but I came here in support of the council decision. But actually, the reason I decided to talk is I just got overwhelmed by the love of God as we were worshiping before this. And I just wanted to talk about it, that God is love. God loves everybody, and he showed his love by coming down as Jesus and taking our sins on himself. So he chose everybody, but it is people's choice to choose him back. So it's not that he didn't choose some people, he chose some people. He chose everybody. He died for everyone's sins, but it is our choice to choose him back. And despite his love, despite the fact that he is love, there is still right and wrong, and there is truth and lie. And I stand with truth, and Jesus is the truth.
Thank you. Next up is Tiffany Gunther. Tiffany in the hallway.
Hi, I'm Tiffany, but I wrote my name as an adult for my daughter to speak. But, so you want to introduce yourself?
I'm an 11-year-old girl who goes to Risden Middle School. Most of my friends are gay or not.
Excuse me, could you tell us your name, please?
Rosie.
Rosie, thank you. Go ahead.
Most of my friends are gay or non-binary, but they have to hide that about them because the other students do not see gay and non-binary as a good thing, and instead say gay as an insult or a joke. So I know that raising the pride flag will help them understand that they are not alone and that they are welcome here in Newcastle. I heard that Robert Clark has said that the American flag welcomes everyone, but what about the people who don't live in America? Also, I wanted to mention about the murder of Hazrat because it is not okay that Mayor Robert Clark ignores this topic. Hazrat was an innocent kid that did nothing to harm anyone and was just being a teenager. We do not like how this fake police committee is doing the work of the trained police officers. This is an unsafe and disrespectful to the police officers. Most of the people speaking here are not representing what Newcastle wants. We were blocked from coming in and intimidated by the people holding American flags outside of the City Hall. I also wanted to thank the City Council members that voted to have the Pride Flag phone. So what we want is the Pride Flag phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Next on the excuse me. Well, folks, I have some people who just signed up with their first name, so going to have to help me out here. On this sheet, right, the notebook paper, I have somebody whose name is Andrea, just wrote Andrea Newcastle USA flag. Does that ring a bell? Okay, we're going to move on to Abigail. Nope. And Sophia. They just put their first names down. That's all I have. Okay, I think they're not here. All right, folks, now that, for my crude record keeping, seems to be all the Newcastle residents, so I'm going to move on now. In no particular order, just whatever sheet's in front of me, we're going to go to non-Newcastle residents. Okay? First one here, Trudy Gendel. Trudy?
Hi, my name's Trudy, and I wanted to show some gratitude for some people who are courageous to stand for what they believe. And I'm a teacher, I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother of 11 children, and I taught for over 20 years, substituting most of the time. So I had a lot of experience with classroom management. And so to me, this looks like a very simple solution. If we acknowledge that we all have the same Father who loves us so much, and I, having been wounded by my father, I know that you can get some messed up ideas about authority. But just reflecting over the history of our country, for over 200 years, we've been able to solve every problem under this flag. And everybody wants to have their voice. But there comes a time when you have to surrender to the one who's in charge. And one of the things that I taught my kids, and they're all very successful people, and have all those 11 grandkids, was that the fear of the Lord is the very beginning of wisdom. And if we don't put God in his proper place over every ideology, every prejudice, every irritation, every hurt and wound and passion, we would just have a mess. But our country has been able to solve the worst problems, slavery, a division of the nation, and we stayed under this one flag. And I think it's still possible today.
Thank you, Trudy. Could I get a motion from someone to extend another 30 minutes, please?
I move to extend the public comment for another 30 minutes. Second.
Okay, public comment extended additional 30 minutes. Any objections? Okay, show the public comment extended out to additional 30 minutes. Okay, next up, Dave Griffin. Dave?
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and the public for being here and having this discussion. I've had some wonderful discussions before the meeting, and I have been told that this place is a wonderful, special place that has wonderful trails, dogs, all sorts of friendly, wonderful people. And I would encourage you perhaps to do, and perhaps consider what it is Newcastle is all about. In Woodinville, they had a similar dispute last year, and it was what is Woodinville about and what makes it distinctive. And the decision was made there that perhaps that their basset hounds, their celebrated basset hounds, which are renowned throughout King County for what should be celebrated, and they went ahead and they celebrated that, which brought and made a stronger, bigger community. I'm a part of Eden Church, and I am relatively new, but I have been encouraged that exciting things are happening in Newcastle, and that they're getting their feet back on the ground, and that is a wonderful, wonderful thing to be doing and encouraging people. I have to say that I was a young sailor aboard the USS Enterprise, and it wasn't the one Captain Kirk was on. and we had flags and all sorts of things thrown at us from the Golden Gate Bridge when we left America, and we pulled into Australia. And it was the first time that the USS Enterprise had returned to Australia since World War II. And we were greeted, and it was that flag that was greeted, because it was that flag that stood for freedom.
Thank you, Dave. I'll have to wrap it up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Park. Josh?
Hi, my name is Josh. I work in Newcastle. My favorite place to eat is Ye's Walk and Jet City Pizza. I grew up in this state. I graduated from the UW. I'm a professional electrical engineer. I have 2 daughters. I'm a proud American. Thank you, councilmen and councilwomen. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for being public students, servants, not students. Thank you even for representing us, even for the ones who don't agree with a lot of the views in this room. I know the pride flag discussion wasn't a unanimous decision, but I'm glad it was that there was a vote. So I sympathize with your guys' position as leaders, having to represent such a great community. You can't please everyone, and especially if your job is to represent people. When I see the pride flag, I don't think inclusivity. I think that if I don't conform to that flag and what it stands for, I'm a bigot and I'm a hateful person. And suddenly all peaceful discourse is shut down. And how is that inclusivity? And if you think our American flag is a symbol of disunity, if you think the American flag is not inclusive, or even having American pride is somewhat shameful, if you keep following that train of thought, what will happen to our country? So I just applaud and thank you guys for making, you guys have a pretty difficult job, and thank you for hearing us, and God bless America.
Thank you, Josh. Next up, Gwen Merritt. Gwen? Is there, she just left. Okay, thank you. Catherine Hatfeld, sorry, it's kind of scribbled, I can't really read it, from East Side Pride. Catherine?
Hello, Council. My name is Kat, and my pronouns are they and she. I'm here tonight as a member of the LGBTQ+ community, an educator, and as a concerned citizen to explain why it is so important to raise the pride flag. First and foremost, the pride flag is a symbol of inclusion, unity, and most importantly, acceptance, all of which are greatly needed by any community in order to feel safe. However, many in the LGBTQ+ community do not feel safe on a daily basis, including youth, which has an extremely negative impact on mental health. As an educator and someone who has taught LGBTQ+ students, I greatly worry for them when research from multiple sources, including the Trevor Project and Human Rights Campaign, show that LGBTQ+ youth ranging from ages 10 to 24 are 4 times as likely to commit suicide than their peers due to bullying, anti-LGBTQ+ messages, and a lack of access to affirming places. It is estimated that over 1.8 million LGBTQ+ youth in the United States, ages 13 to 24, have considered suicide because they do not feel safe and accepted being who they are. These suicide rates are almost doubled for youth of color. It is estimated that 58% of youth who identify as Black and trans have attempted suicide. To put that into perspective, that is 1 out of every 4 Black trans youth attempt suicide. These suicide rates are deeply affected by bullying and discrimination, with 60% of youth having experienced some sort of discrimination, and 52% being either physically threatened or verbally threatened in person or online because of who they are. However, these rates are also deeply affected by community support. Research from the Trevor Project shows that LGBTQ+ youth that have an accepting community show much lower rates of suicide. You have an opportunity to positively affect the lives of the citizens and youth living in your city, to actively show them that they live in a community that cares for them by raising the pride flag that shows acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you. MJ Carlson. MJ?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, community members. My name's MJ Carlson, MSW. I live in Kirkland. I am queer myself, and I am raising a transgender child. I wanted to respond about how I feel when I see a flag in a city versus when I don't, and what that history is and what it means to me. I really do appreciate the impulse to keep the city neutral on divisive topics. To respond to the mayor's statement at the last meeting, no one wants you to weigh in on Hamas or MAGA, please don't. That is not the city's business. But cities don't get to be neutral on the issue of gay rights. Pride started because of de jure discrimination by city government and by other local governments. It was police action at Stonewall, police being, of course, as you know, city employees, that started the Pride movement. Not private citizens being hateful, but city governments oppressing gay people, state governments, county governments, school boards, passing rules and laws that oppress gay kids and gay community members. If the government has been oppressing a group and then wants to undo that evil, it's not enough to just say that the US flag means equality for all, because the US flag was flying the whole time that we were treated as second-class citizens. Cities have to take positive action to let queer folks know that we are welcome, that we are valued members of the community, and that the local government will respect our rights. Those aren't things we take for granted if we don't see signs of them. Mayor Clark referred to the pride flag as divisive, which suggests this is a kind of both sides issue, and I just would like to ask you to think hard about what the two sides here are. This isn't gay people versus straight people. The pride flag represents equality of all of us, regardless of orientation. What is the other side of that? This is a question of equality versus discrimination, and the city doesn't get to be neutral on that.
Thank you, MJ.
Thank you so much for your time.
Next up is Corinne Gayette. Corinne? Sorry, excuse me if I'm not saying that right.
Very close, thank you. First, I just want to say thank you, council members, for letting me speak tonight. So I want to just kind of explain a little bit about what the pride flag means to me. I first want to say that I wholeheartedly respect the American flag. I'm also a Christian woman. But the rainbow flag to me is a symbol of safety. It is, seeing that flag can signal a safe space where I can just be myself. My son doesn't have to be in fear, and we feel welcome in the city. The rainbow flag also promotes equality and lets us know that we're a part of we're a broader community that is supportive of us. The solidarity and support, so displaying the flag demonstrates solidarity with the LGBTQ+ community, and it's a powerful statement against discrimination, showing that the community has allies who stand with them. And I don't know about all of you here, but there's over 400 bills that are being introduced into law that are directly targeted at me and my family right now. So that pride flag means a whole heck of a lot to me. It means a lot to my family. That visibility and representation matters. The bravery that it takes to stand up here and say that we need a flag to feel safe should be something that you all consider and recognize that we are a community that wants to be seen and feel respected and valued. Thank you. I would also like to give you some of the proclamations that we've got with 13 other cities, if that's okay.
Go ahead and hand them to the city manager.
Thank you.
Next up is Ginger Chen. Ginger.
Hello, my name is Ginger Chin. I represent PFLAG Bellevue East Side, an organization that started 50 years ago with a mother who walked in a gay pride parade because she was tired of seeing her son beat up. PFLAG is now 400 chapters nationwide, 1/3 of a million supporters, dedicated to a simple mission that we are here to create a just, caring, and affirming world for LGBTQ people and the families and friends who love them. My message today is mostly directed at them. To the queer youth who do not feel safe in their homes or in their communities, emotionally or physically, we see you, we love you, we respect you, and we are working hard to create a world that is welcoming and affirming because we need you in the future. Your bright spark will light our way. To parents of LGBTQ youth, we understand your fear of what the future may hold, but we also know that the kids will grow up to thrive if parents are supportive and loving. And to the LGBTQ elders who have held secrets their whole lives, only to go to their deathbed or their obituary when they finally feel safe in revealing that they had a lifelong gay partner. It is such a sad thing to see people live in such fear when all they want is a symbol of support from their community, one little symbol. We know that disdain leads to derision, that vitriol leads to violence. We know that safety is a quest that we all pursue. And for the LGBTQ community, the families that love them, and their supporters, we commit ourselves to leading into the future with love on a path that is lit with compassion and empathy and acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger. Monica Detloff. Monica? Do we have, there's a whole bunch of Detloffs signed up here. We have a family of Monica, Stanley, Paloma, Noah, and David Detloffs. Okay. All right, let's see what else we got here. Okay. Oh, we got that one already. Bjorn Geeseking. Bjorn?
Well, thank you for having me just share tonight, council members and mayor. I'm from Arlington, and my name is Bjorn Geeseking. I know it's a very difficult name. But with my family, I can honestly say that I'm the first generation in my family that hasn't served in the military. I find a lot of value in what has been done to keep this nation free, the lives that are given. So when I look at the flag, I see love that has been shed for me. That when people have served, they've given themselves for me, and I'm not willing to pledge my allegiance to any other flag other than the United States of America. And by putting another flag at equal height or the equivalent with the United States, I cannot do that. Just personally in my own life, I believe that it is so important for us to see the value of our country, and I 100% I love this community that is, I know sometimes feels marginalized. That people that are under this flag of pride, I have half of my family, my cousins are all a part of that community. So I have nothing against them. I love them. Jesus loves them. And I just believe that we are, it's not a good precedent to set. That we as a people need to value the flag and the Washington State flag. Those two flags are the only ones. And again, I will not pledge allegiance to any other flag. Thank you.
Thank you, Bjorn. Lacey Lee. Lacey?
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Lacey Lee. I live in Bonnie Lake. I have businesses that are bordering Newcastle. I have hundreds of clients that come in and out of our doors. I'm here. I've never been to anything like this. This is my first time coming. I have found over the years our family shrinking and hiding away from this problem. We are now homeschooling. We have to be very careful what we put our children in and expose them to. Because of the mental health that's coming along with all of this. And our pastor one time said that the biggest sin in the garden wasn't Eve eating the apple, it was Adam staying silent. And so that's why I'm here, is because I am no longer staying silent. When I grew up and I saw the American flag flying, it brought a sense of proudness. I felt very strong. I felt like our country was together. You know, as a child, it brought comfort to me. I never felt, and everybody around me, we never had groups of people that felt neglected or felt not a part of. And this seems to be like this new fad that has come on. And so I'm here and I am honoring your decision, Mayor. I'm standing with you guys. As for me and my family and our friends, our church, and my clients at all of our locations, we all stand with you, and I appreciate what you've done here. So thank you.
Thank you, Lacey. Next up, TJ Mobile. TJ?
Thank you for your work, police and city council, for serving the city. I am grateful and humble a USA citizen. Why I am humble? Because I inherited this great country. I didn't build these roads, these buildings, but and even I didn't have idea for this country, but I imagine how people have their passion to build some country that all refugees for all world can come and have freedom and have equality before God. I was born in Soviet Union. Communist and Marxist told us USSR is the most free country in the world. It was everywhere slogans were. They lied. I know by experience that is what is propaganda. It's a very bad thing. Where is that country now? The Soviet Union declared freedom and equality for everyone. But can you imagine that until 1972, farmers were not allowed to have passports, which means that you can move freely around the country, so they were not allowed to leave farms and villages. Can you imagine, till 1972, the communist country? I want us to be, not to be misled by words. If people claim equality or love, that doesn't mean that they live or act.
You'll have to wrap it up, TJ. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let us diligently pay attention to the word's meaning. Let us be careful.
Thank you, TJ.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, buddy. You have to wrap it up.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kelly Spencer. Kelly?
Good evening. My name is Kelly Spencer. I am a pastor at Newport Presbyterian Church, just a couple minutes up the road. I didn't want to come tonight. These spaces are harmful to me as a queer person. I have fought very hard for my existence. I have fought very hard for my marriage. I fought very hard for my ordination, and to come to spaces like this where people don't see me as a full, equal citizen is really detrimental to my health and the health of people just like me all over this specific town. And I feel it's important for me to step up as a pastor who studied the original languages of Hebrew and Greek and Aramaic to say the things that have been said at this podium tonight are not indicative of every Christian. The things that have been said at this podium tonight are harmful and cause people of all ages and backgrounds to take their own life because they believe God will not love them as they are. This is painful. And this is not a conversation about religion. This is a conversation that is about safety and messaging. By not putting up a pride flag, you are taking a very strong stance of who you will recognize and who you will not. Until there is equal justice and liberty for all in this country, the American flag alone will not stand for that, which is why I stand in support of promoting the pride flag to protect our queer citizens here in Newcastle, and I will continue to be a voice of truth and of love because of this collar that I wear and the call on my life from God. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Next up, I don't have a last name, Gerald, from Tacoma, Gerald. Is there a Gerald? Anybody down the hall? The first name, Gerald, J-A-R-E-L, Gerald. Well, no? Okay. Okay, Heidi Dean. Anybody? Heidi Dean. Is she down the hall? Okay. She's coming? Oh, come on, Heidi.
Okay, I want people to get through. All right. Good evening. My name is Heidi Dean, and I live across the way in Newport Hills. And thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. We're coming up on the 22nd anniversary of the death of the.
Could you speak up a little louder, Heidi, please?
Yes, we're coming up on the 22nd anniversary of the death of Deputy Richard Herzog, who was killed in the line of duty protecting Newcastle residents right out on Coal Creek Parkway. That was June 22nd of 2002. I note that there's no thin blue line flag that's ever been flown at the city here in memory of Deputy Herzog, or ever to say thank you for the work that Newcastle PD does. You know, and that's one of those things where, you know, people have strong feelings about the thin blue line flag and what they feel it represents in the same way that people have strong feelings about the pride flag. And for me, I look at this as a process issue, because when in doubt, follow the RCWs, which means the Revised Code of Washington, and RCW 1.20.015 and 1.20.017 both address flag displays. And the only flags that should be flown at, or that are required to be flown at government buildings are the American flag, the state flag, and on certain days, the POW-MIA flag. So for me, I don't look at this as a religious issue or whether or not I like people that are LGBTQIA. It's simply a process issue. But you know, for me, again, not flying flags over City Hall, that doesn't stop Newcastle residents or businesses from displaying flags or organizing things like the rally that happened today, in the same way that it doesn't stop people from going out and remembering Deputy Herzog. And also support for community, you know, support for a community of people. Was that it?
That's it, Heidi, thank you,
All right,
yes. We
thank
shortened
you.
to 2 minutes
That
tonight.
was short.
Okay, folks, so I have, again, some just first names, unfortunately. I have Joy from Kent. Is there a Joy in the room that wants to speak? Anybody named Joy from Kent? Nope, okay. I have Abigail from Bothell. Abigail from Bothell. Any takers for that? Okay. Jenny McCoy. Jenny McCoy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and Council, for taking so much time to listen to so many statements. I also just want to say thank you to the law enforcement officers who are here, who serve not only our city, but our state, our county, our country, keeping us safe. I do work here in Newcastle. My children have engaged in different programs at the library and parks. I'm also a minister of the gospel, and as our friend earlier with the clerical collar shared, it is our job to serve and love people. I just wanted to share my personal story that 25 years ago, my sister came to myself and my other sisters and let us know that she was going to be married to another woman. And with tears streaming down her face, she shared the heartache and the pain that she felt, perceived rejection from us. And when we saw her pain, of course, we embraced her and loved her and said, you will always be our sister. We love you. And if there was a message I could share with our friends who would like the pride flag flown, is that we love you and that we do embrace you. It's just that I don't believe that the pride flag should be flown over a government building. That support or protection or love, yes, protection from by police, that rights as an American citizen, yes, but as far as a special group, no. Forgive me if this isn't making sense, but I'm just trying to get my thoughts in order. I think it was Rosie, the high school student who stood here with such courage to share her story of the statistics about suicide and heartache that people in this part of our community face day by day. And I would just want to say that we together as a community want to see the heartache stopped. But I would suggest that possibly it's the love of the community and the love of God that would bring restoration and not the flying of a flag. Just lastly, I just wanted to share that my family and I lived in another country for almost 10 years. In that nation, I never saw representation that said to me that I was safe. I was allowed to be in that country with a visa, but my country's flag was never flown there, of course. Why would it be? And so I'm not trying to minimize the pain that some feel, but I do understand wanting to see safety and protection. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Jenny.
Oh. Mr. Mayor, the next two names are actually my children. We misunderstood the list, so my apologies.
Okay, all right. Elijah McCoy, would you like to say something? No? No? How about, and Mariah? No? Okay, all right. Okay, can I have we're almost done, folks, we're getting there. Can I have a motion to extend another 30 minutes, please?
I'll move to extend the public comment for 30 more minutes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to continue 30 more minutes. All in favor? Yes. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll extend out till 9:37. Okay, Grant Bruno. Grant Bruno is next up. Is there Grant? Come on up.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council of Newcastle. My name is Grant Bruno. I'm a resident of Puyallup. I'm a business leader, a lay pastor at Eden Church here in Newcastle. Father of 5, grandfather of 4, but I'm most proud of being a follower of Jesus Christ. And I just had a flashback of 8th grade speech class. When I was 18, I received the love of Christ, and he took a depressed and self-centered kid and poured into him joy and peace and a sense of purpose that changed my life forever. And I didn't realize that he actually gave his person to me. At that time, all I wanted was to know God more and to learn about him from the Bible. Soon after that, I joined a Christian outreach school called, I'm not going to say what it was, in East Texas, and gave myself completely to learning about God and this experience I just received. But back in the 70s, at a place I thought would be a safe place to learn about God, I had 2 experiences of unwanted sexual approaches by a leader and a peer of the same sex as mine. Both of these experiences challenged my faith in God, but also stirred in me a resolve to stand up for myself and not be bullied into something I didn't want. Even though I had other challenges to overcome in my early Christian life and currently even. That stand I took for sexual purity at that school, and God's grace to help me say no made me stronger and also very much aware of the sexual pressures of our day. So as a fellow leader among all of you leaders in this place, I support the mayor's and city council's decision to not raise the pride flag. And I guess that's it. Blessings.
Thank you. Thank you, Grant. Shelby Hanson. Shelby Hanson.
Howdy, I'm Shelby Hanson. I'm from Coopville, Washington, and I'm a...
Could you speak a little closer, please? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shelby Hanson. I am a future resident. I'm investing in eventually getting a house here. I frequently participate here in Newcastle, and I'm grateful and I'm thankful and truly elated that you guys chose to not raise the pride flag. Honestly, the most inclusive flag we can have is the American flag and our state flag. Anything else is divisive, and it will pit one another, and it'll make us fall. There are some things that are really interesting about the flag that I felt that I needed to research, and hot pink represents sex. That's a subject that shouldn't be taught to little kids, and we're doing that in school, and it's disgusting. Another one is color black, and it represents AIDS, a terrible disease due to lifestyle choices within sexual activity. Still, a subject shouldn't be taught to kids, and it's disgusting. And I have compassion on those people who have contracted that disease. And much further research into these little mini flags that the pride flag kind of encompasses are much darker in nature, and I'm going to let you guys research that on your own. But to conclude, I am thankful that you have the discernment to know what is right for this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus Brown.
Good evening. My name is Marcus Brown. I live in Fremont, over by the Troll. I was honorably discharged from the United States Army in 2022. I came and I joined Eden Church in Newcastle. The first thing I learned in the Army, along with all of my brothers right next to me, was that we weren't black, we weren't white, we were green, and we all bled red. And we all wore the same flag on our shoulders. I have a mentor, I have leaders, and I have brothers who are draped in that flag. 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and I will heal their land. Tonight we are witnessing the demonstration of an objection to pride and the embrace of humility. We are one nation under God, indivisible, which means we are committed to unity. It appears tonight we have all come under the same roof because we desire a path forward that incorporates us all. Every one of us in this room has this one thing in common, that we have fallen short of perfection. Each one of us has missed the mark. God is love, and as an act of love, he sent his son to die on the cross for you. He was dead and went to hell for 3 days before he rose from the dead. And he went to heaven and is seated with God the Father at the right hand, praying for each one of you. His Spirit is with us tonight, and we recognize him by the peace that he leaves with us. God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but in order that the world might be saved through him. I encourage each one of you to come to be at Tikva, come to Eden, and you will find community that loves you, that accepts you, and that wants to embrace you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Eric Song. Eric Song. Eric Song, last call. Okay. Adam, I believe it says Adam Moses, Adam Blessington Moses.
Hello, my name is Adonai Blessington Moses. I live in Bellevue, Washington with my mom. I'm just a recent graduate from Interlake High School going to UW, University of Washington. So today we gather to discuss a symbol that represents not just a nation, but the ideals and aspirations of million people across generations. The American flag with the stars and stripes stands as a symbol, as a beacon for freedom, unity, and resilience. It embodies the sacrifices made by countless of individuals in the past who have fought for the liberty that we stand for today and for justice. I'm reminded of the Iwo Jima picture that was taken in Japan when the American soldiers held up that American flag that symbolizes what the blood that was shed for the sake of liberty and for justice for all. And I remember, and I think to myself every time when I walk in my high school, those past 4 years, how every time I walk past those three flags, the American flag, our state flag, and my high school flag, and what pride I have that I get to live in a country that has brought me freedom. I dread the day when I walk into UW this fall, and rather than seeing that purple and gold flag of the UW or the red, blue, and white flag of America, I see instead a colored flag that has no significance to me or what I stand for or what I'm living in this country for. And I want to remind you that we are here in America striving to pursue unity and not uniformity. The American flag is a powerful statement of unity, strength, and hope for a future where all individuals are valued and respected and are standing for the truth. And as Jesus once said beautifully, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Thank you.
Thank you, Adonai. Next, Patty Richardson. Patty?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to honor your courage for standing and in such, times that we are in this nation. It saddens me here to hear so many people that are full of fear. It saddened me to hear that some of the council members, that some of the, attacks that you had come against you just because of the decisions that you had made. It saddens me to see the gay community attacked, and so my heart is, I'm sorry, I'm a pastor at Eden, and we love people, and we love diversity there. That Eden is a very diverse place, diversity in ethnicity and women and men and children, and so I just going to read this. So Newcastle's diversity is what makes it such a vibrant community. Just like a strong family thrives on recognizing and celebrating each member. However, just as in a family, focusing solely on one member can lead to resentment, which causes instability. When one member of a community focuses solely on its own gain, it can lead to competition and conflict. When selfish ambition exploits or harms others to achieve their goals, it becomes difficult to build trust and cooperation, which leads to chaos. And that's what we're seeing in our nation. When we have become so selfish because we want our own agendas, we need to find ways to celebrate our diversity while also maintaining a strong sense of unity. A house or a nation divided against itself will not stand. What we focus on, we become. That's an old adage. If we continually focus on our differences, we end up creating more differences. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Well, I thought we were done, folks, but I just found a page with 42 more names on it. Just kidding. Sorry. That concludes our public comment. There may have been a sheet that I did not see. I've called every name in front of me. Is there another sheet that's maybe floating around out there? that somebody still has? I see a hand raised. You have a sheet?
I don't have a sheet, but usually we ask if anybody else has public comment before we close comment.
Well, normally, yes, but because we're so busy tonight, but how many people, raise your hand if you want to say something more? All right, we'll take one more. How about that? Okay, come on up.
My name is Allison Sweeney. I live in the Olympic Ridge neighborhood. I am a heterosexual, married mother of 3, and an ally to the LGBTQIA community. I wasn't going to speak tonight. I have been at this podium so very many times that I spoke at the meeting 2 weeks ago. I ran out of my kitchen, threw on a t-shirt, and came down and spoke. I didn't think that the council needed to hear what I had to say, but I believe those in the room and those tuning in tonight do. So, I have had so many versions of this speech. The mama bear in me wants to contradict some of the things I have heard tonight. The OCD part in me wants to point out Mayor Clark's own contradictions from his past newsletters until today. But I realize that it won't make a difference in what is going to happen tonight. Decisions have been made. So I decided to speak from my heart. I stand here today as an ally to the LGBTQ community, IA+ community. I stand here for the children of Newcastle, who I have been so impressed with tonight. I stand here for the children in our neighboring communities. I stand here for the young ladies I have in my Girl Scout troops, and for the 29 young women I mentor as Girl Scout camp counselors. I stand here for friends of my daughters. I stand here for friends with my own friends with children who identify as LGBTQIA+. I stand here as a sports mom. I often hear from one of my children that I'm the cool mom, that I'm the mom that secrets are shared with. My daughter says she doesn't know what she would do without her mom and dad because who else would guide her? My t-shirt tonight says it all. I'm a mama bear. I will continue to fight for the children of our community.
Thank you, Allison. We have to wrap it up, please.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes.
Point of inquiry.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I would ask the council to consider that we would also pose the question to any folks that are currently in the hallway or might also be outside. If we're going to ask if anyone else would like to speak that's in the room, would ask that we extend that same courtesy to folks that are, hoping to attend but are not physically present in the space.
Well, I appreciate that comment, Councilmember Charbonneau, but I did say one more, and that was it. We've been here 2.5 hours. We've shouted down the hall many times. People have signed up. They could make their way up here. So thank you, but I think we've heard a variety of points of view on this topic. So we're going to close the public comment. Okay. I want to thank everybody, and I know some people have left, but thank everybody who came tonight to speak, right? This is awesome. Len Troutman thanks you because he's always lonely in this room by himself. I want to thank our police for maintaining crowd control and everybody for being respectful of everybody else's opinion, right? That's super critical, right? That has been the best part of seeing this evening is the respect. Okay. So with that, we conclude public comment. Thank you very much, folks. Moving on our agenda, there are no ceremonial presentations tonight. Next up is council comment. We'll start with Councilmember Tallman. What do you have for us?
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Thanks to all of you for joining us tonight and sharing your thoughts. I see a lot of love and pride from everyone who spoke, and it's very humbling. So thank you for that. You've actually softened me up a little bit tonight. When I I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach. This is about our decision not to raise the pride flag. When I ran for city council, I ran on straight talk. I ran on taking politics out of our city government and giving the voice back to the people. And I'm finding it very difficult to build unity when we have members of our city council working so hard to divide us. And so I'm going to speak to that tonight. It seems that we've thrown away the book on truth, ethics, integrity, focus on priorities of our city with care. In law and in politics, consistency is always your best friend. Our oath of office states that we will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of this office. We are expected to govern with political neutrality. We officials and staff conduct ourselves so as to maintain public confidence in our government and the performance of public trust. That's our job. I would like to remind the city council members and staff that we have operating procedures, standards of conduct, and codes of ethic, which seem to have gone by the wayside these last couple of weeks. I genuinely hope that we can come together as a council and a community, but my statement tonight is simply to set the record straight. During the last council meeting, June 4th meeting, as we discussed the pride flag proposal and supportive comments were shared by 2 other council members, I made the following statement. I agree 100% with what council members Charbonneau and Sherlock said about the LGBTQ+ community. Then I went on to say that diversity is the fabric of our community. The strength of our community is in the unity as declared by our country's motto, E pluribus unum, which means from many, one. We're stronger when we all stand as one, which is what the city council majority stands for, all people of Newcastle. It is important to recognize everyone in our community consistently every day of the year in support of all residents, excluding no one. My message carries no hatred and no exclusion. Our fellow council member Charbonneau took this message to the press and social media. Quote, I want to be clear, folks, the mayor and council members who voted against raising the flag didn't do it for some procedural reason. They voted against this because they were uncomfortable recognizing and celebrating the LGBTQIA community, full stop. Wikipedia, in British English, the words full stop at the end of an utterance strengthens it and indicates that it admits no discussion. For example, I'm not going with you, full stop. My elected duty is to serve the city of Newcastle impartially without bias or persuasion. I take this seriously. This has been my consistent position on all city-related matters. My vote was a genuine statement for unity for all people to unite as a community. Councilmember Charbonneau knows nothing about my personal, loving, caring, compassionate relationships with gay, lesbian, and transsexual people. But this isn't about me. It should be about the city. Councilmember Charbonneau made it personal by taking division and untruths to social media and the press with Councilmember Sherlock and Councilmember Burford in full support. Everything they profess to protect, they are destroying using every destructive resource to willingly drag the city through a cesspool of division only to advance their personal agendas. Where is the acceptance and inclusivity and tolerance for different ideas, thought, and the democratic process? People who don't agree with their politics are bullied and called a bigot. These people have shown zero regard for our operating procedures and code of ethics. When you point your finger at someone, three fingers are pointing right back at you. I ask the people of Newcastle, is this the kind of government you want your city to run to? Is this the kind of government you want managing your city? Thank you.
Councilmember Griffin, please. Councilmember Griffin, council comment.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. I want to thank all the folks for being here today. It's been a long time. It's good to see a lot of people here. We seldom see that. We'd invite you to come out and be with us on the first and second Tuesday of every month, because I really enjoy having the people here, people we can look at and talk to. It's certainly been a couple of tough weeks for us. We've been called bigots. We've been chipped away at with different people. Before while I was running for council, some people would tell me, "Tom, you're too old to be running for council." And today I probably would agree with them, but here I am. I enjoy what I do, and I enjoy the people. I think that our biggest problem here is that we forgot to be unitized. We need to be one unit, all of us. We have a very diverse city, all kinds of ethnic people, and I care for every one of them. The people elected me, the majority did, as their council member, and I take that seriously. I worry about all the people. I want to get things done for you people. That's why I'm here. And I think that you know, I heard a lot of things tonight. I appreciate the people coming and speaking out. That was good for us. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Sherlock, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. I just want to say we heard from a lot of people, and I really do thank everybody who came out today. Happy Pride. We had a wonderful celebration earlier this evening from at Lake Bourne Park, and that made my heart happy because it has been really hard to see Newcastle in the news depicted poorly. And it really means a lot for the LGBTQ plus community to see allyship and for us to be able to gather and show that was awesome. So thank you for everyone who came out and celebrated today. I also want to say happy Juneteenth tomorrow. We don't have a proclamation for that either, and I just think it's important to say that out loud. Along with the memory of Deputy Herzog, we've had proclamations in the past to remember him and what he gave his life for our city. I want to share a really nice story that happened this last week. My son is just graduated from elementary school, so he's being promoted, not graduated yet. You graduate high school, but he's being promoted to middle school, and this year he and his friends were on the safety patrol, which has been lovely, and all these kids are just so wonderful that they take extra time to make their school safe, help make their school safe. And so we had a celebration for them at Donegal Park. And I and a few other parents set up the park, and we had a lovely time. And I took the opportunity to reach out to our police chief, Kajihiro, and say, hey, I don't know what you're doing, but if you want to have some positive interactions with some fifth graders, they would love for you to stop by. And he did. It was wonderful. So thank you, Chief Kajihiro, for doing that. But what was even more wonderful was he brought with him this young woman, Ella, who is interning with the King County Sheriff's Office right now. And she's in Newcastle for a while, and then we'll move on to other areas in King County. But she grew up in Newcastle, went to Hazelwood Elementary, was on the safety patrol, and had the same teacher that was there that day with these kids, Mrs. Strong. And we put it all together, and she even found a picture of her with Mrs. Strong when she was in elementary school on the safety patrol. And it was just such a lovely moment, and just really wanted to share that with everyone here. I maybe should have prepared my remarks a little more, but I really wanted to come and listen to a lot of people, and I think that there is a lot of well-meaning people here. And unfortunately, there has been a lot of things that have been very hurtful to a lot of people that have been said tonight. And that really makes me sad. So that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burford, you go ahead.
Yeah, my heart is pretty heavy as well. First, I would like to thank you everyone. Thank you all for coming. It really shows you care for our city. This is our common ground. We don't want to see our cities divided. We are united. And today, at Lake Byron Park, I truly felt that. People from all walks of life came. It was wonderful to see so many people joining us, showing their support. Even though the pride flag is not flying at City Hall, but I saw the solidarity. People are in this together. And our city is a friendly city. We welcome everyone. We want to make sure everyone feels safe, feels a true sense of belonging. That's why I moved to this city. And we do need to show our support to our LGBTQ plus community. Tonight, it was not a discussion about religion. It's about how we can show our true support, truly welcome our LGBT community and all. And tomorrow will be Juneteenth. I'd like to express my condolences to the family of Hazrat Ali Rouhani. Please take a moment of silence for Hazrat Ali Rouhani. Thank you. I also share my experience. My daughter just graduated from college. And she earned top honor, also awarded as a rising star. She has so many great friends. A lot of her friends, they are LGBTQ plus community. And my daughter shared some really, really touching stories with me. I am also an educator. I have taught in the Bellevue School District for 18 years. This is my 27th year in education, in my profession. I have taught so many students. I have interacted with so many people and parents. They are our future. We adults we do need to show our care and our love and our support. They are talented, they are kind, they are compassionate, and tonight, some comments were really hurtful. I hope everyone pause and think. Why the 11-year-old shared with all of us, but I heard some children, they were scared. They decided to come at first, and then they said they're scared. They changed their mind. I wish, let's see, when we came, the whole room was already occupied. It's very clear. So many people, they were waiting in the hallway, in the lobby, until all the way outside the building. I wish we let them speak first. Listen to people with all points of views, not just one side. We didn't get to hear their comments. People, they were in wheelchairs. They were senior citizens. It was so hot, they were stuck in the hallway. I wish we gave them opportunities to share their thoughts with us. They had to leave. I appreciate everyone's patience, and I heard you all. When I was running for city council, my goal was to bring people together. And I have track record of bringing people together. During COVID time, we had the biggest Newcastle Lunar New Year celebration. Last year and this year, it's my mission to bring everyone together. And I really, I urge you, do something for our city, not just one side, with open heart, open mind, and listen to people who shared their story, the story behind it. And also, I hope we have future opportunities to hear from the people who came, who showed support. I also wish you watch the video, look at the pictures to see how much support we got from so many people from all over. It was heartbroken when I heard people, they want to boycott Newcastle businesses. They said that we don't want to come to Newcastle anymore. We have a great Newcastle businesses. We are responsible. Let's really pause and think. I don't want to see our city is on the news, but in such disappointing way. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Councilmember Charbonneau, go ahead.
Thank you. A few, obviously we know the big topic tonight, but a few other things before I get into that. Diane Funai, it brought a big smile on my face to see you. You taught me and my older brother 3rd grade. He's a teacher. And he, I think my cursive is continually better than the rest of my peers because of your teaching. So thank you. It brought a big smile on my face to see you. I do disagree with what you had to say, and we'll get into that, but it regardless, person to person, it was nice to see you. I want to say happy Juneteenth. As someone that had a Black partner, I know what this holiday means to those folks. I know what it means to Black Americans in this country. I was really grateful to hear from Professor Taylor at the University of Washington, who told me something I didn't know about Newcastle, was that we had one of the first interracial with Black Americans and non-Black Americans unions in the surrounding area with the coal miners that were here in Newcastle. And then lastly, I'd like to thank our Newcastle PD, who I know several of them are working overtime right now. They made efforts to make folks feel safe coming in here and make folks feel included, and I appreciate them for that. So I have a lot of notes, and I apologize if I lose my place at any point, but thank you to the folks that showed up tonight. Thank you to the folks that showed up to our Newcastle Pride ceremony. I wish it was under better circumstances and not necessitated by us not raising the pride flag, but it's still momentous to have that first pride ceremony, and even if it's not city affiliated. So I think there's a lot I'd like to address here. So I worked to do something we had done in the past as a city, something that I have right here, my King County Sheriff Rainbow Bands, that's who provides our police services and openly willing to admit and openly willing to, support Pride Month. The Bellevue firefighters who provide our police, or not our police, sorry, provide our fire and rescue services, raised just down the road to Risden raise the pride flag. The Newcastle Library, where folks made pride crafts earlier today. The largest employers of Newcastle residents, which many of you might guess based on proximity of Amazon, Microsoft, T-Mobile, Boeing, get lit up rainbow during Pride Month. So I hear folks, and a lot of folks have emailed me directly. I understand that. I'm the one who made the motion. I'm the one who talked to folks in the news. Unhappy with the fact that we received attention. I do want to respond directly to Councilmember Tallman. I personally did not reach out to any news outlets. I responded to people that reached out to me. Because I feel like that's my job. I've been a student government nerd since I grew up here, and I want people to engage with local government. So when someone reaches out to me about the work I do, which I think is very exciting, and I want to talk about it, I'm going to talk to them. But I am not the reason that we were in the news, and I'm not the reason that those folks wanted to talk to me. Because I made a motion that plus or minus 3 words was made in over 30 plus cities in the county. That exact motion, just simply to raise the flag. That's not the reason folks are here tonight. The reason folks are here tonight is because of what was said after. And I would ask those folks that are upset with attention that we're getting, and I don't think attention is a bad thing. I think greater attention to local government is a good thing. I think it leads to more accountability for all of us up here, regardless of what the issue is. We all sit up here, we have power to affect people's lives. And I think folks engaging with local government is always a good thing. I think we need it. In a city where we are 14,000, we had our newspaper post for the last time in 2010 and have regularly low voter turnout. I do think we need it. I didn't reach out to the organizations, I responded to them, but I do think we need it. And, so I would ask those folks that are upset about attention being received as a city, I would ask you to look in the mirror. I think there's this idea that's been talked about of this not being about, first of all, I want to echo some other comments from my council members of that this is not, no one ever made a motion to lower the American flag. I highly doubt, I can't speak for my colleagues, I highly doubt anyone would support a motion to lower the American flag. The American flag is always in this room. It will always be outside. And that's not what that is about. We separate church and state for a reason. I'm glad that folks pursue their faith. I invite you to pursue your faith. But that faith shouldn't have a factor in our decision making. So there's this idea that we shouldn't raise a pride flag because of, we're not making any proclamations because of logistical reasons. I can think of at least 8 different city actions we could take to recognize a group or recognize someone. We can do a proclamation, which the mayor of the city doesn't want to do, or we could pass a resolution. We could hold a ceremony. We'd make a motion. We could pass an ordinance. We could create an official city event. We could officially partner as a city with another organization. We can officially sponsor as a city an organization. So, to me, the idea of we're not going to support something because we logistically aren't doing proclamations, I don't buy it. I think there's so many ways to support things. We had a ceremony for Vietnam veterans before the last meeting, and that's awesome. My dad is a veteran. I want to keep doing that. I agree with Ms. Costin, who said we should keep doing that. But it's not an either or. It's a yes and. I would like to do both. The pride flag is not about a lot of what we heard tonight. I think it's easy to claim, that this is not what folks want, or et cetera, when you create an environment that intimidates them. It's easy to say more showed up when you know publicly that we're going to do a march. So you wait at the door until City Hall opens and then crowd the room. It is what it is. But I was disappointed to hear intimidation. I was disappointed to hear people being booed for sharing their opinion on either side. And it making the environment loud and drowning out people, because congrats, you succeeded. And you also succeeded in getting riled up and bringing attention to something that is an issue that's not about you. It's about a group of people that have had to struggle and fight for their rights over a long and very rough history. And that's not saying other folks haven't faced hardship. But it's not about the American flag. It's not about your faith. It's about these folks here. And folks posited the idea that this is not based on hatred or rejection. And I personally disagree. And I think it's important. So after our last council meeting, the following day when I was at work, the mayor reached out to me over text. And I share this because it's a public record between 2 council members, and our city manager was included as well. And to the mayor's credit, he was reaching out to me because I posted on social media about the meeting because I wanted to share with folks. I wanted folks to be aware of what was happening and why we weren't doing something we had done in the past. And the mayor rightly pointed out that I didn't provide a disclaimer that these are my views and not the views of the council, so I fixed that as soon as I saw that. But he also felt the need to tell me some more things. And he told me that there were no hateful views or statements, and that I clearly wasn't listening, and that I made a choice to hear that wasn't there. And then he goes on, and I invite folks to read this if you like. It's public record. The city manager has it. And he goes on to say, there's no possible way to achieve unanimity on any cultural or social issue. He's referring to himself, there is no way for me to reach into indoctrinated and closed minds, so I expect backlash. So the mayor just admitted to me in what I believe he didn't assume to be public, although it is a public record. I think he just assumed me not to bring it up. He called our LGBTQIA+ community indoctrinated. So when you come to me and you tell me that this isn't about hate, that this is about not raising proclamations, this is about something entirely else, that's what was behind that motion. And this is what's being said when we think the mayor thinks no one is paying attention. And that's, by the way, that's what was said the last meeting, because again, city of 14,000 people, no news coverage. And that's why the mayor was trying to tell me to not talk about this. So when folks say it's difficult to build unity, and I'm the one trying to recognize a group that we've recognized before, a group that everywhere else in the county and all the services we provide are recognizing, the headline isn't, there would be no headline if it was Newcastle City raises pride flag. It would be what everyone would expect. The headline, and the thing a lot of folks in this room decided to make their issue, that's not about them, is that we didn't. There was the idea that I was dragging the city through cesspool for personal gain. I was dragging myself through so much to do all this. I had a flare-up of my panic attacks and was struggling to get medication. I lost a family member 2 days before the meeting, and all of this is the last thing I expected. But I have to stand up for these folks, and I felt the need to talk to the press about these folks because I grew up here, and I'm the only council member that's grown up here. Still, I think that matters, and I know in my soul that not to be the case, that this negativity, this not accepting of folks, this making it your problem when it's not about you. I know in my soul that's the case, even if that's drowned out tonight. So, I feel, and I don't treat these people with anger, right? I feel, for me, I've had so many experiences where I have been moved in my own life in so many ways from folks that are part of this community. I wish everyone in this room could see the smile on my college roommate's face, who I played college football with, and other people on our team did not accept him. And when I went up to him and I asked him if he would be my roommate, because I just liked spending time with him. I wish you could see the way that the kids I coach in our schools act when they say, hey, I like other girls, or hey, I'm not sure who I like, and no one on my team bats an no one on the team I coach bats an eye. And I was terrified about the prospect of folks from this community not feeling welcome. I don't think they feel welcome tonight, but I also recognize that this is a very tough group of people, and I shouldn't feel sorry for them because they've had to fight for their rights for their entire life. And I think the reason we see so many people out here today is because a lot of folks at a national, at a large level that are outside our city recognize that this is where the future is going. And I know that from the kids I work with. I recently had my best friend's bachelor party, and we had a group of 16 people who were of all different sexualities. There's someone who's transgender, someone who's asexual, multiple people who are bisexual on different parts of the spectrum. And no one even batted an eye at each other. So the sentiment in here that we shouldn't recognize these folks, that it's not out of hate when we're referring to them behind what we think is behind closed doors is indoctrinated. This idea that, we're getting overwhelming outreach from folks that, oh, we support you not raising the pride flag. It was very questionable to me because the immediate outreach we got from folks was of being disappointed we didn't raise the pride flag. And then, well, after that, after about a week, after the news cycle had died down, as it does, we started getting a lot of formulaic emails with folks saying the similar things to say, hey, we stand by you for only raising the American flag. Again, not what this is about. And, I had an inkling, but it's very verified to me that members of this council went around to folks that already support them and had supported them before. And honestly, I think folks that would support them if they passed a proclamation that everyone has to use their left hand for everything, or regardless of what they said, and urged them to write in because they wanted to keep score. When recognizing folks has never been about keeping score. And a really salient example of this is when Councilmember Griffin wrote us an email from his city council email, and then Tom JG at Newcastle Watt.gov, this is also public record, why share it, writing his to voice his strong endorsement for only flying the American flag. And then he signed it as his wife because he forgot to sign out of his email account. So if you want to talk to me about manufactured, about pride, folks not being here to support pride, there's manufactured division. You want to talk to me about dividing people? This is manufactured division. Doing something we've done before, doing something everywhere around us does, doing something that frankly is not putting us in the Stone Age like we are right now. But I'm not worried about it because it's, again, I don't feel sorry for this group of people because they're no strangers to fighting. And this is a blip, right? This moment, this press attention is probably more than we've ever got in the city. It's a blip, and it's a shameful blip. Shameful to me personally. I won't speak for other folks, of course. But it's a blip nonetheless. And it's out of touch. It's very out of touch with this community, in my personal opinion. So, here's what I expect. I expect folks to try to confuse about procedure. I hope I explained to you why that, if you want to recognize something, you recognize it. I expect the folks to talk about a flag, the American flag, that was not brought into question. I expect folks to talk about their faith, which we need to separate from church. And I expect folks to say that it's procedural. When I will remind you, our mayor referred to these folks, these LGBTQIA plus community, as indoctrinated. So don't tell me it's about hate. Don't tell me to not raise my voice, because I ran for city council as a 24-year-old, where the average age of the city council was 68 years old. And I'm here to represent folks. I'm here to represent the folks that are afraid to show up tonight and are not at this table. Like my friend from Hazen High School that I went with, that she graduated and lives with her wife now in Newcastle and teaches in Newport. So, you know, if you want to come after someone, I invite, come after me, because I've lived a relatively very privileged life and I can take it every day of the week, extra on Tuesdays. And I welcome the engagement. And I know it's not represented in this community. And I have a motion again. I would move that council directs staff to raise the pride flag in front of City Hall for the remaining duration of the month of June, also widely known as Pride Month.
I second.
Point of order.
What's your point?
My point is that we already have a standing final order from the last meeting. And if we want to make another motion, then we have to amend the previously adopted motion. And we have to vote on it.
You mean the agenda?
I'm sorry?
You talking about the agenda?
Not the agenda.
So repeat what you're trying to say, Councilmember Tallman.
So this business wasn't on the agenda.
Correct.
For this meeting. And it's required for us as a city council to post business to the public before we bring up business in our city council. If we're going to make a change in the motion, we have to do that before we approve the agenda.
You have to rescind or amend the final motion from the last meeting.
Right, but today's agenda was already approved. So this is new business and it wasn't alerted to the community.
So the point of order is, after the agenda has been approved and there were no objections or changes to the agenda, any changes to the agenda require a 2/3 majority vote. Now, last week, I made a mistake, 2 weeks ago, I made a mistake and did not follow proper procedural information. So if we are going to have a motion, which we can entertain, it requires a 2/3 vote for approval. So on the floor, we have a motion and a second to raise the pride flag for the remaining month of June, and a second. Remember, we need 2/3 majority to pass. Councilmember
Point of
Schneider.
inquiry, can I get clarification from the city clerk? That's not how I understand this to work, what the mayor just recounted. I understand that we can make a motion at any time.
Yeah, that's what we indicated last meeting, was there's nothing that keeps any council member from making a motion, whether it's on the agenda or not. having an agenda helps council be prepared, or helps staff be prepared. And it wouldn't go back to reconsideration is only pertains to motions made at the meeting. And so reconsideration would only pertain if we were going to reconsider the motion, if we would have reconsidered the motion made at the last meeting at the last meeting. At this meeting, it's a new motion.
Correct, it is a new motion, but the agenda has already been approved, and per our procedure manual, there can be a motion, but it now requires, because the agenda has been approved, a 2/3 majority vote. I'm looking up in the manual right now to find the location. I'm sorry, I don't have it directly in front of me.
I would defer to the city clerk on these matters.
The city clerk is the city manager tonight, and hold on. Excuse me, folks, wasn't prepared for this.
Oh, I think the issue at hand, Mayor, is that a motion to amend the agenda after the agenda's been approved would take a 2/3 majority vote. That is not the motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is to raise the pride flag.
Correct, but it's new business that we're adding that was not previously voted on.
Item point 802 in our Policies and Procedure Manual clearly states that the public must be notified of the preliminary agenda for upcoming regular meetings by posting a copy of the agenda at least 24 hours in advance of the meeting. The notice must contain the time and place and the meeting and the business to be transacted.
Point of order.
This provides the public an opportunity to prepare and provide public comment prior to council deliberating and voting on any policy. A motion for any topic must be on preliminary agenda, otherwise it's an invalid motion.
Point of order.
State your point.
The city clerk is giving you the direct interpretation of the rule, and you're choosing not to acknowledge that.
We're reading it right out of the manual.
You're not the clerk of this meeting.
The manual is our Bible, and we'll follow the manual. We're not going to walk away from our manual. These are policies and procedures we've been walking away from for the last 2 weeks, for the last, this year so far. We're going to clean it up. We're going to follow the manual.
Okay, the final agenda shall be approved by the board by a vote of the majority of the members present. Since there were no objections, it was approved unanimously. Changes to the regular meeting agendas can also be made at any time during the meeting by motion approved by 2/3 majority of the members present. Agendas for special meetings, blah, blah, blah. So, this would be in a change to our agenda, sorry.
This is for the city clerk to rule, not you.
It's not my meeting, but I disagree that it's a change to the agenda. Making a motion is not changing the agenda.
But it's new business.
A motion does not indicate.
Point of order.
State your point.
The chair is clearly refusing to acknowledge my motion because he does not want to acknowledge it, despite the clear interpretation from the city clerk that that is what the rules are. I think I would move to recess if we're not going to consider this motion, because I think it's improper to not consider this motion, or I would move that we go to executive session to discuss, because simply going over this is just going straight past it despite the interpretation, because you don't want to do it is.
I would like to have the city manager point to the manual and tell us how to support your case, please.
What you read in the manual is not what's happening right now. I'm making a motion in a meeting. So we make motions all the time during planning calendar to cancel meetings or to add something to the planning calendar. Those aren't contemplated on the agenda or a part of a change to the agenda. A motion made at any time is the same way. It's not adding business or new business, it's making a motion.
Very well. I rule in favor of Councilmember Charbonneau. City manager's interpretation is we are able to bring motions at any time and rather than a change to the agenda. So state your motion again, Councilmember Charbonneau.
Thank you. I move that council direct staff to raise the pride flag in front of City Hall for the remaining duration of the month of June, which is also widely known as Pride Month.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to raise the pride flag for the remaining month of June. It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Charbonneau, speak to your motion.
Thank you. I know I've already said a lot. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for acknowledging my motion with the city clerk's interpretation. I don't know how this vote is going to go, but regardless of how this vote goes, I know love is going to win in the end. I know accepting people for the way they are is going to win in the end, even if it doesn't happen in this council chambers tonight. And I encourage folks that tried to attend or attended or are watching at home to not agonize about this, because I'm not agonizing about it for 1 second. Don't agonize about it. Stay organized. We're all going to go back. Regardless of this, we're going to go back to our lives. The news cycle is going to die down. And we probably will not think about this for a while, but I encourage you to not agonize. I encourage you to organize when it comes time to think about who you elect into power. Thank you.
Councilmember Burford, you have a few brief comments?
Drawing inspiration from our neighboring cities that they have already supported the Pride Month, and they raised the flag, Pride flag. So that's why I'm in full heartfelt support. I encourage our city council to do the same and demonstrate our unwavering commitment to inclusion and equality and justice for all. We welcome everybody. Show our support.
Okay, comments on the motion, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for coming here. Thank you for your patience. I want to start with saying that I support the LGBTQ+ community and always have. Keeping this in mind, I would like to clarify why I voted against raising the pride flag at the last council meeting. This year as a city, we decided not to do any proclamations for minority groups. This is because our city is made up of many different minorities. It is part of what makes us so beautiful. As such, we did not wish to single out any minorities, nor did we wish to exclude them. And that is why we also did not do the AAPI proclamation last month. However, as a city council member, it is my job to represent Newcastle. After listening to the voices of our citizens and observing peaceful protests, and most importantly, after conducting a thorough analysis using the available information regarding the opinions of Newcastle citizens, I have concluded that majority of the residents support raising the pride flag. Raising the pride flag has been a tradition that Newcastle has participated in the last 3 years. Nobody objected to that. I have not seen any email in the last 2 years that I have been on the council objecting to this tradition. And the community overall for now has shown that they are unwilling to break it. One suggestion that I received from one of our residents was bringing this issue of raising flags for minority groups on the ballot for future years, just like the utility tax. Let's put it on the ballot. I would be in full support of this idea so that everyone is given an equal opportunity to be heard. I know there has been a lot of discontent in our city regarding this issue. Regardless of your opinion on whether or not the flag should be raised, I urge you all to remember that as a citizen of Newcastle, we need to be kind, respectful, and accepting of all members of our community. I first and foremost support the American flag that will always be on the top. However, I also support of raising the pride flag. More importantly, I will support putting this issue on the ballot for future years. Thank you.
Okay, additional comments on this motion before I have something to say. Councilmember Tallman, your mic's on. You have something to say? Councilmember Griffin, go ahead, Councilmember Griffin.
We didn't have this on the agenda, and we are a public place, and so we should have, according to the way I read the rules and the program here, of which we need to be following, and you're saying we make motions all the time. Well, yeah, we probably do it out of order and not according to the rules. So when are we going to start following the rules if we just ignore them? The things clearly say that we approved the final agenda, so we can't add anything to the final agenda. So you can't pop up and say, I want to make a motion. It doesn't work that way. The things that I've read in the rule book, this is a procedures manual, and you probably read it too, that if you had a final motion from before and you didn't change it that night, if you want to change it later, then you have to either amend it or rescind it. And by rescinding it, he could have made his motion and you could ask to rescind it. And if you do that, then it takes a 2/3 majority vote to get it to happen. If you can't get 2/3 of the majority vote, then it has to go to the agenda and it has to be noticed to the public in the next meeting. Is that not right?
That is not my understanding of Robert's rules.
Pardon?
That is not my understanding of Robert's
Well,
rules.
that's not your understanding, but that's what the rule book says. I just read it to you.
The rule book, a motion doesn't indicate new business or a new agenda item.
A motion is
Everywhere that I've been in 6 cities has done it that way.
a motion is an action that the council takes, and it becomes a rule after that. So if we changing rules and we don't make the public aware that we're doing that so they have a chance to come here and listen, then we're not following the rule book. And I've been telling you guys for months, you need to read the rule book. This is not anything new.
So like I said, this is not my meeting.
It's not your meeting.
You don't have to follow what I'm saying, but my advice is my advice.
City Manager, maybe we should have a special meeting because we're just asking you to show us where just to back up your ruling. And you gave us a manual that we follow, and this is what we're following today.
So
you said we do it all the time.
There's a motion on the floor.
So let me weigh in. All right, I get the emotion behind this issue. All right, clearly it's very emotional. We heard all these comments tonight about it. There was a motion to raise the flag. We have, whether we like it or not, have been doing that forever here in this council. We allow motions to come. We may not like it, and I personally don't. But that's our procedures, and that's what we've been doing. I'm sorry that it's disappointing to some people. It's disappointing to me, right? This talks about new agenda items, and we can clarify that at a different time if we clearly have differences about that. And hold on, I'm not done. So for the tonight, we're going to rule on this motion after I have a few things to say. So with that, I'm going to steal the floor. So here we go. I had a resident write to me and say that I'm rather brusque in my comments. Probably that'll be the case tonight too. I want to start by thanking the hundreds and hundreds, and I'm reading hundreds, possibly thousands, of voices of support for the American flag being flown as the only symbol over our city. I don't think I exaggerate when I say over 1,000. Thank you. We have heard many comments tonight, and I appreciate the respectful discourse. That's important in civil government, that everybody is civil and listens to each other, whether you like what's being heard or not. Everybody is welcome in these chambers. I am very happy that we had no disruptions by anybody for any reason. That's pretty awesome. It's a long time to sit here. And Len got some company. That's really good. Heard a couple of things that I'll start out by refuting before I get into the heart of my comments. Councilmember Charbonneau related a discussion we had on a text. he's correct. I said, you need to make it your own opinion, and that there are closed and indoctrinated minds. He has extrapolated to think that I meant everybody in the world, apparently, right? You can't do that, but he did. So there's closed and indoctrinated minds everywhere in our society. Hopefully they're a minority. I appreciate what everybody had to say here. I heard, unfortunately, two people say there was lots of hurtful comments tonight. I didn't hear any. I didn't hear any at all from anybody. Right? I heard what people had on their hearts. And separation of church and state is not in the Constitution. I'm tired of hearing about separation of church and state. You can speak about whatever you want, and I encourage you to do that. That's not a thing. It doesn't exist. Everybody's doing it, right? You hear that all the time. Everybody's doing it. How do you think my fellow council members would react if everybody suddenly had permitless carry in their cities? You think they would go along because everybody's doing it? You know the answer, right? The everybody's doing it argument is a lame way of not defending your own ideals adequately, so you fall back on something silly or nonsensical, okay? 2 weeks ago, at this dais, I made some comments that I do not shy away from, right? I encourage everybody to go back and listen again. Every word I said was very clear and very understandable. I did not equate the U.S. or the pride flag with Hamas or MAGA or Antifa. People want to believe they heard that because closed minds, perhaps, right? That's what you want to hear, you hear. We heard a lot of talk tonight about people, how they're afraid, and there's division in the community, and I would agree. There is division in the community, but it's not coming from where you think it's coming from. Let me give you some examples. We have in our community a Facebook page called the Newcastle Neighborhoods page. It's got 3,000, this is all public, 3,000 members. The administrator is Tiffany Ann Gunther. Her child spoke tonight. And some of the rules on this page, let me read a couple. We're all in this together to create a welcoming environment. Let's treat everyone with respect. Healthy debates are natural, but kindness is required. Okay, that sounds great, right? No hate speech or bullying. Again, that sounds pretty cool, right? You'd think you'd be welcome there on that page. Here's some comments from that page. This is Tiffany Ann, the administrator. Reminder, being an ignorant person is completely within your right. If that crosses into hate speech, you'll be immediately banned from this group. Okay, that's great. Here's a post from Tiffany Ann. He's one of Clark's friends. This public safety committee needs to be abolished immediately. Those power-hungry white men with a vigilante mentality is the real danger to our community. Child is murdered and Clark and Tallman say nothing, but Clark can make a YouTube video comparing Pride to Hamas. That's not the most racist, disgusting thing I've seen in the city. Him choosing to be silent about appointing a murderer to a public safety position is far worse. I guess that one fell through the cracks of kindness and lovingness, right? So maybe that's just a one-off. It's sickening how buddy-buddy our mayor is with people who amplify the voices of domestic terrorists. Tiffany Ann. Oh, do we have a pattern? I strive to only stick to factual statements as opposed to opinions. Someone who takes time to compare a loving community with a terrorist organization without acknowledging the terror of his own appointee is an accurate description of a bigot. We will have a moment of silence for Hazrat, the child murdered by Mayor Clark's appointed public safety resident. We will not have this tragic loss of life be swept under the rug. And I could go on and on and on. The supposed loving, caring, welcoming Facebook page is filled with divisive hate. Right? And unfortunately, people look at this site and they say that reflects the whole community, right? But posts that they don't like are removed. right? The only people liking posts on here are the people of like-minded, because everybody else is gone, and nobody who's sane wants to even come on these sites and talk because they're going to get ratioed into next week, right? But unfortunately, decisions, critical decisions, have been made based on this biased page. Sad decisions. Let me continue. Where is really the hate coming from in our community? Councilmember Tallman mentioned it previously tonight. We had two of our fellow council members talk to the media. That's their right. And to his credit, Councilmember Charbonneau eventually changed his post, but it says, these were incredibly alarming, hateful, and extremist comments made by our mayor and other council members. That's not somebody who's fostering love and care in the community. He just got all done lecturing you about how he's a loving guy. That's his comment. He goes on to say, I want it to be clear, folks, the mayor and council members who voted against raising the flag didn't do it for some procedural reason. They voted against this because they were uncomfortable recognizing and celebrating this community, full stop. We've heard already. That's another comment from a loving guy. Councilmember Burford, this decision made despite the flag being blown for over 4 years, and it was only 3, made unanimously or made solely by the mayor, nobody else, is a step backward for our community. The intolerant comments made by some council members are alarming and anachronistic. These council members, they don't know what's in my heart. They don't know what we're talking about. They don't have any clue. It's all made up stuff, right? To sow dissension. There is dissension in our community, folks, and I'm sorry to be angry and brusque, right? But the true division is the people who lecture you about being kind and then do the exact opposite. I'll give you some more examples.
Point of order.
I'm commenting and the point of order is ignored. So next up,
There's a motion on the floor, and you're
I'm
not
commenting
speaking
on
to
the
the
motion.
motion.
I
You're
am
speaking to other things.
I am commenting. Okay. We have last week on June 8th, right? It was a Saturday and a Sunday, right? The people who are screaming the loudest about pride, and you should support pride, had no pride flags flying at their own home. Now, that's their choice, but we're being lectured that a pride flag should rise above City Hall. But there's no pride flags at any of Council Members Burford, Charbonneau, Sherlock, and a whole bunch of other people who have been very vocal about this issue. So I'm really sick and tired of being lectured by people who refuse to do what they demand of you to do, right? It's unacceptable, right? It's unacceptable, and it sows division. And yet we, those of us who voted for only the American flag, are being accused of being divisive, right? This is a sad testament to what's going on in our city. For the first time in many years, we have people up here who are trying to unite everybody under one symbol, right? It hasn't happened before because we've allowed all special interests and everybody's a victim. So let me finish with this, right? To all of you in the Pride movement, you're very welcome in our city, but be very careful of the hate that's in your midst, right? It's not coming from outside, it's coming from within. And that's unfortunate. Reject it. Don't let hate and what you see on social media define and distract you from what you believe in. That goes for anybody. Wherever you hear the sound of my voice, I implore you to reject hate, reject division. Those are choices that people make. Hate is a choice. Division is a choice. I have just shown you where the actual hate and division is coming from. It's not up here, not from some of us. A small vocal minority that does not stand for Newcastle's shared values is creating dissension for personal and political gain. That's it. There's some people mad that they're in the minority, and it's easier to cause dissension than to work together and unify under the American flag. Newcastle is a welcoming, diverse city, and I'm glad and proud to be the mayor. Whether you are an individual or a group, you are encouraged to celebrate what's important to you. Nobody's going to stop you. There was a parade tonight from the park to the city hall that was not bothered in any way. Nobody's First Amendment rights were bothered, disturbed. You could parade every single day. Same thing's going to happen. Nobody's going to bother you. We had two diverse groups here on opposite sides of an issue. There was no problem, right? There was no hate. There was no fear. There was no attacks by anybody, right? Why can't it be that way all the time? You know, I'm a veteran, and there's a lot of veterans. The American flag is very special to me, right? It was paid for by the blood of people, men and women, over the centuries that gave us the rights we have now. I recognize that no person, group, or country is without sin or flaw, right? That's not, it's just, that's reality. These flaws or sins have historically led to bad outcomes, marginalizations, and so on. But you've got to ask yourself, at what point do you just continue to hold on to these, or do you let go and move forward? You're going to hold on to something forever? You're supposed to take your history and learn from it and correct the grievances and the marginalizations or anything that you felt was an issue. 160 years ago, the Civil War ended, and California just established a committee to study reparations. California was a free state with no slaves, and nobody's a slave there today, but they can't let go. And it causes division and hate and creates victim groups because people are focused on what divides us and what instead of what unites us. How long do we hold on to grievances? A couple years, a couple decades, a couple centuries? You want to pass down to your great-great-grandkids that, hey, one day, you know, I was called a bad name, you know, 200 years ago, so don't forget, man, be a victim, right? That's where we're at, right? I reject that totally. Totally reject that. Now we know what's going to happen when we have this vote, right? It's going to reverse what's going to happen, what happened 2 weeks ago, okay? But that's democracy. People are entitled to change their mind for whatever reason, right? So why not today, now in Newcastle, do we choose unity? Why not? Why not we make today the day we unify about what we have in common? I've been willing this whole time I've been on the council, but I've had to deal with division, and I pointed it out where it's coming from. Reject hate and division. They're choices, people. They're choices. Choose not to hate and not to be divisive. Everybody is welcome in Newcastle. I've never said otherwise. I said it 2 weeks ago. I'm saying it now. Your First Amendment rights are guaranteed. I'm the last person on earth that's going to violate those rights. And if anybody tries, you let me know and I'll defend you. Right? I will. My position 2 weeks ago is unchanged. The U.S. flag is the only flag we need over our cities to unite us. Right? That's it. Nope. Comments are completed. We're done with our comments.
I just had a point of clarification. I think you are checking my parents' house for whether there's a flag outside or not, and I would ask folks to leave my parents alone. I live in a different part.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to raise the pride flag for the remaining month of June. All in favor?
Because, point?
Point, what's your point?
Could we go by the rule that since it wasn't on the agenda, take supermajority?
I've already made that ruling. I've already made that ruling. We're going to vote on the motion, majority.
That's what you wrote before.
That's what I'm ruling.
It's your meeting.
So,
Make the rule.
the motion on the floor is to raise the pride flag for the remaining month of June. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No.
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes 4-3. At the conclusion of this meeting, Deputy Mayor Lacotia will raise the pride flag personally. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on.
Mayor, we're after 10 o'clock. Can we get a motion to extend the meeting?
Thank you, I forgot about that. Our meetings are supposed to end at 10. So I need a meeting to extend the motion. City manager, I would like to, well, let me do this. First of all, let's get a motion to extend the meeting 30 additional minutes.
I second.
I need a motion first.
I move to extend the meeting an additional 30 minutes.
I second.
All in favor of additional 30 minutes?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the meeting is extended to 11 o'clock. All right, made my comments. We're going to go quickly through the rest of this agenda. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Okay, council committees. Let's make this quick, folks. Council committees, any council committees?
We had no meeting for Finance Committee. There was no meeting by the Finance Committee. Our meeting is Thursday of this week.
Very well. Regional committees? Go ahead.
Thank you. So I attended the Mental Illness and Drug Dependency Advisory Committee. There was not much to really discuss there. We had a guest speaker speaking about their experience. They are staffing up for the Crisis Cares Levy, so they invited me to tell folks to keep an eye out for those jobs that are posting. If you know someone in the mental health field that wants to work for the county, those jobs are being posted, or they will be in the future, and currently they're making advisory plans, so it's not immediately, but it is coming. And then forgive me, I'm finding my notes on the Public Issues Committee meeting that I sent to myself. Yes, here they are. So I talked about the issue before about asylum for sort of refugees that were coming into Tukwila and Kent and SeaTac, which I think if anyone on the council doesn't remember that, let me know, because I know we've had a lot of time, so I can just talk about it. Folks remember I talked about a few meetings ago. There's so Tukwila is officially at 250 refugees. Sound City Association came forward with a resolution, but they admittedly shared it to us at 3 p.m. on the same day of the meeting, and a lot of folks were upset because we didn't really have a way to share that with folks realistically. I think it'd be 3 p.m. the same day of the meeting, so we asked for more time with it. One council member wanted stronger language, several wanted softer, and a pathway for refugees to work. There's a unanimous ask and call to action for federal aid for the Biden administration to take action on this, and SCA is continuing to review this. They are seeking lunch and learns, which are free to us as council members. They are seeking ideas for those topics, so just email SCA, any SCA staff, and they are happy to work and develop those topics for us to be able to utilize. And then we just updated PIC operating policies, which is mostly just modernizing them for our virtual format, and they're mandating 2 in-person meetings a year and doing the rest virtual, which is a new item. That is all.
Any other regional committees? Very well. We have a CAC commission report. It's in your agenda. We're not going to read it. You can check it out in the agenda. City manager, your comments?
No comments tonight, Mayor.
Consent agenda. Any objections to consent agenda as written? I have one. I'd like to remove item 8.1. Will become general business item 11.1. Okay. All right. There are no, excuse me, now, city manager, I have a question. How much anticipated time do we know that we'll have for the public hearing? Do you have an estimate?
We don't necessarily have a staff presentation other than the brief adjustments that were made to the TIP at the last meeting, so it would depend on public comment for the public hearing, public comment.
Okay, very well. Next up on our agenda is a public hearing regarding the 6-year transportation improvement plan. Okay, this is item 9.1. Okay, so public hearings have a little special procedure. Okay, the public hearing is now open for the transportation improvement plan. Time is 10:35. Excuse me, folks, I'm reading a script. It's my first time. Okay, this is a public hearing. This evening we have Public Works Director Bronze will give us a short overview. At the conclusion of that overview, he will be available for questions or comments, and then we will take public testimony. I don't know that anybody here is signed up. The sign-up sheet got lost in translation. So does anybody in the audience want to speak for public comment for the Transportation Improvement Plan? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to say there's no comment. Okay, next. So are there questions or comments by members of the council? Raise your hand.
On the transportation.
Yep, Deputy Mayor Lakota, go ahead.
Just had a question for Jeff, our director. So was looking at the, we talked about the plan and, we went back and looked at it more. The Coal Creek Parkway Southeast Signalized Improvement, the T44. If we were to make any changes, we can just make that today, right?
Sure, that's your purview. I mean, the hope was to do that last meeting, but we can do that.
Yeah, so I wanted to move that to later years because, and I can make a motion on that maybe.
Just ask what you're, just state what you'd like to do and we'll take a.
Yeah, I would like to move the T44 Coal Creek Parkway Southeast Signalized Improvements out to further year, maybe to 2030.
Okay, we're not going to do a motion or anything, but we have T44 out to 2030. Any objections to that, Councilmember Charbonneau?
Yeah, I guess I would. It was unanimously voted to be moved up. The staff signaled that was okay. There was no indication from anyone at the last meeting we had against that. Additionally, I think it was scheduled for 2028 before. So I would like to hear the rationale for wanting to move it, and I would ask also why you'd want to move it to 2030. I do think it is a high priority for folks that live here and citizens. So yeah, I'd want to know why that.
Well, we looked at it and I spoke to a few folks. It didn't look like a priority for now. I mean, we can always come back to it, but then I think in the past there were some survey done and there were just few people who objected to that. There was not much that came out of the survey, so I would like to see a study around that because it's not a small amount. It's like $1,025,000. So hoping to move it and so that we get enough time to look at it. I think there are other projects which are on the priority.
I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Councilmember Tallman.
In addition, I did read through the study as much as I could, and the people that wrote the study said even that the list of solutions is not comprehensive, and that they make several recommendations on how, since it's not comprehensive, how we can start and start with the hybrid signal, the Hawk signal, and then in the future make additional improvements and implement different programs to enhance the situation. I don't think we should go into that situation without a better plan, without a more complete and comprehensive plan. They state themselves as not comprehensive.
Go ahead, Councilmember Charbonneau.
Thank you. Yeah, I think every project on this list has gone through a study. The Public Works Director explicitly stated we were okay to do it. I don't think any of these projects are meant to be entirely comprehensive for any one need, right? We're doing a sidewalk on one side of 176. We're doing a sidewalk on one side of Lake Washington Boulevard. Given that it is something that was unanimously moved and not objected to at past iterations of this, I guess I would ask that I think at least we, if instead of moving it back, I would ask that we have a study session, or I asked the Public Works Director to bring specific visuals of this, and we haven't even looked at those yet, and it does feel out of left field to move it back. I would ask that we have a study session about it, or actually more critically review it before just doing it on what feels like very short notice and very much a whim.
Go ahead, Councilmember Sherlock.
Yeah, I guess I'll share the frustration because I thought we had a really robust conversation about this at the last time we looked at this document. I shared some history with newer council members that that this has been discussed and it's stayed on the TIP, and we had, I don't remember when exactly we did vote unanimously to move it up a couple years. I guess I really don't understand the reasoning to not do it just because you agree with this study that we've already agreed there's been extensive discussions with community members through the downtown strategic plan that this is something that our community would really like to see. Just living here and dealing with that intersection, going out of both of those sides of Coal Creek is really dangerous if you're trying to turn left, and a lot of people are trying to turn left from either side. And yes, the study does not say that we should do this right away, but I do not. I will argue all day long that study needs to be redone because we have development that has come in since then, and I don't think that study is going to show that we should wait. This is something that our community has vocally said that they want, and I fully support it, and I have not heard a really good reason to not do it.
Councilman Griffin.
2 weeks ago, you said that we'd had a lot of other studies, but we didn't. We had conversations in council about it. I said we had a study, and you corrected me and said that, but that's not correct. Actually, it's not a difficult process to get from one side of the street to the other, making 3 or 4 right turns. You can do that, and you don't have to cross the street like that. There's no city-owned property on either side of that light, so you go from Safeway parking lot to the other side, and we spend $1,250,000 for a stoplight there. It doesn't make sense. So, if for my sake, I think we ought to just disband with it and use our money somewhere else.
Okay, so the question is, where do we move it? We've had a suggestion to move that project T44 to year 2030. We've had some discussion about it. All those, just raise your hand, show of hands. Who wants to move it to 2030? Opposed to moving it to 2030? Okay. Director Bronze, please push project T44 out to the year 2030, please.
So, Mayor?
Yes.
With it on the agenda for tonight, if that's the desire of the council, you would need to adopt the resolution as amended.
Correct. Thank you. Okay, folks, so Director Bronze, do you have anything to add to, or an overview to give us?
I do not.
You're not. Okay. Any additional council questions besides project 44? Okay. We ascertained there was no public comments already by a survey of the audience. Any final comments by council members? Councilmember Sherlock, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm frustrated because I thought we had a really amazing collaborative discussion last time, and it's really throwing me off why all of a sudden we're now divided on this. This was a show of how our council does work together, and so it's just, I just want to say on record, it's disappointing that all of a sudden we're now divided on this.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, so at this point, I need a motion to approve, excuse me, hold on. I need a motion to approve the resolution as amended. Can I get that, please?
I move to approve this as amended.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve resolution 2024-995, adopting the 2025-2030 2030 six-year transportation improvement program as amended. Councilmember Sherlock, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, I am voting for this because I have voiced why I did not approve of the amendment, but I approve of approving this document moving forward because it is a part of the business that we need to do. It's really an important piece of business that allows us to apply for grants for all of these projects. So I support moving forward in this process.
Deputy Mayor, any comments? Okay, motion on the floor is to approve resolution 2024-995 adopting, I'm sorry, excuse me, Councilmember Charbonneau.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'm disappointed that something that has been talked about over the course of over a year, and I think many, many months, is hastily being moved because we had, if candidly, a very long meeting tonight, and I think the people that suffer from that are the folks that would enjoy turning left out of that development, and I don't think this is good council work, and I wanted to state that. Thank you.
Motion on the floor is to approve resolution 2024-995 adopting the 2025 to 2030 six-year transportation improvement program as presented, as amended, thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, motion passes 6-1. Show Councilmember Charbonneau opposed. At this point, the public hearing is closed, 10:46. Okay, moving on. There is no unfinished business, and there is only one new general business item that I brought forward. The discussion of the meeting minutes. I'll make this brief. The meeting minutes state that the Newcastle City Council convened to honor Vietnam era veterans to recognize those who served our country. That is inaccurate. The ceremony was hosted by the VFW, and the council chambers were simply an area to hold the ceremony. So the minutes must be, please, altered, city manager, to reflect that this was not a special meeting or a city council meeting. It was a VFW ceremony using the council chambers, please.
So in consulting with our city attorney, since it was noticed, we have to have minutes for it. Now we can talk about what the minutes should say.
Okay.
But if we want to do that, we could table the minutes and bring them back to the next meeting so that we can figure out what the minutes should say.
Very well. We'll table the minutes till the next meeting. Thank you. Okay. Additional public comment. What? No vote is necessary, right? No, we're not going to vote. We're going to bring that item back so they can be corrected.
Tamara wants to comment.
Okay, hold on. Additional public comment. Now, this is the last and final public comment period. The audience is kind of thinned out, so we'll go back to our regular 3-minute period. If people wish to speak, please come to the podium. I know the list is no longer out there because it got snatched up, but okay. I'm just going to go by a show of hands. So if you want to speak, raise your hand. I'll call you to the podium. You have 3 minutes to speak. Give your name and neighborhood, and please conclude when the buzzer speaks. Okay, come on up. Tam, Kameen, go ahead.
Thank you. I have 3 items that I'd like to address here on the fly. Number 1 is I find it strange that some of the council members are criticizing the other council members for redoing a vote on the transportation plan when we just had 2 weeks of redoing a vote on what flag we're going to raise. So I think that's kind of an inconsistency here. And if we're going to be redoing things, I don't know that one's better than another one. Second thing is I would recommend that the council does a little work on council comments. I mean, we had a couple of awfully long council comments, and I don't know that it was full of concise, important information, and therefore we didn't get council comments from all of the council. we stopped and went to a motion and we didn't get to finish, probably because of the length of some of the council comments. So you guys might want to talk amongst yourself on what are your guidelines for council comments. And the third thing I did hear criticism, both of comments by the people that were in the chamber, and I heard criticisms of people, of council members against each other. And I would just caution you that you think about that when we say some motion was done on a whim. I think that is not factual information. It's criticizing another council member. So those were my observations after a long meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tam. Point well taken about council comment. I've neglected to go back and actually finish council comment. Thank you for the reminder, and we do have some work to do there. Anybody else in the audience would like to speak? Council comment? Anybody? Okay, seeing none, council comment, public comment, additional public comment, that's what I meant to say. Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, it's closed. Planning calendar, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The main addition to the planning calendar is we push the stormwater CIP back to the July 16th meeting, and we are anticipating that the Issaquah school superintendent will join us to talk to the council at that meeting. I will get final on that hopefully by the end of this week, just so that we can be for sure on that or take it off. And then just a reminder, the July 2nd meeting is canceled and the August 6th meeting is canceled. The only other thing I had, Mayor, is we did want feedback from the council or have the council decide on a date for the next town hall.
Yes, thank you.
Staff just want to be able to get it reserved. And so the sooner we can do that, the better. If we're getting too late tonight, I'm happy to address that otherwise. But
Well, we can do that really quickly. I think you sent us an email saying there was a Thursday night available in this time frame we were looking at. Is that right?
Yeah, we just sent some cautions as to Saturdays are bad because somebody has it rented out every Saturday during the school year, and we'll be back in school. There was, I have to go look at my email, there was an issue on a second Thursday last year, and if that Thursday is used again, we were looking at the third Thursday, and that may work. And so if that was something that the council wanted to consider, I think that we would be clear there.
The third Thursday of the month of September. Any objections to the third Thursday of the month of September?
September 19th, no objection.
You have a date, September 19th.
Thank
you. Okay. Okay. Any other things for the planning calendar? Okay, folks, now we're going into brief executive session. There will be an executive session this evening to discuss with legal counsel pending or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, paragraph I. We will convene into executive session at 10:54 for 10 minutes. Okay. So at this...
Before we go into exec session, that'll put us over our 30 minutes we extended. Can we extend to...
I move to extend the meeting to 11:30.
All in favor of extending the meeting to 11:30, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Very well. We're now going to executive session for 10 minutes, and we'll be back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned from executive session where we discussed where we discussed with legal counsel pending or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1 paragraph I. We took no action or made no decisions. At this point, that's the last item on our agenda. The meeting is adjourned. Good night.